Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a beautiful summer day in London, and welcome to the inaugural Reuters NEXT Europe. As Axel said, today marks an important expansion for our Reuters NEXT series of live journalism summits. It is London now that is kicking off our global series. We have Reuters Next in Asia and Singapore next month, followed by Reuters Gulf in Abu Dhabi in October, and then we're going to return in New York for our roots, if you will, our original and flagship summit for the 5th year. Can you all hear me? I'm not sure whether I'm talking into here or here. Can you all hear me? Great, super. We're gathering here, as Axel said, in London at a moment of extraordinary geopolitical consequence. As it turns out, global leaders are also meeting in Évian-les-Bains in France for the G7 summit. Just a little later, I'll be speaking to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who's going to be live from Évian in between his meetings with President Trump and with other leaders. I'm looking forward to this conversation because I spoke to President Zelensky in November of 2023, and the tide has shifted. It's quite different in the years that have passed. He's potentially at a pivotal moment in Ukraine's war with Russia, and of course, this conflict continues to shape the security architecture of Europe and beyond. In fact, the conversations that he has today, not with me, but with the other leaders, potentially will change the course of history. So our theme for the Reuters Next series this year is Shifting Influence, Defining Decisions. Reuters Next Europe will bring together leaders from across policy, markets, and industry to examine how influence is shifting across geopolitics, technology, and capital, and how decision makers are responding in a system that is being reshaped in real time. The pressures are converging because growth remains uneven, confidence is fragile, geopolitical tensions are redrawing supply chains, energy systems, security priorities, and of course, technology and AI is advancing faster than institutions can keep a pace often. Across every sector, leaders are confronting the same core challenge. How do you move from ambition to execution when the ground beneath you keeps shifting? We feel this too in the newsroom. So you're going to hear that question a lot throughout today's program. We're going to begin with geopolitics and leadership. Shortly, I will be speaking with Nadia Calviño, who's president of the European Investment Bank. And we'll be talking a lot of things, but also about how public capital can shape investment and strengthen resilience and drive long-term growth at a time of intensifying global competition. Later, we're going to talk with Philip Lane, Chief Economist of the European Central Bank, on how policymakers are navigating slowing inflation, uneven growth, and fragile confidence. Throughout the day, we will hear from executives at some of Europe's most influential companies, including Reckitt, Vodafone, De Beers, Carlsberg. These companies are at the intersection of some of the things that I said before: volatile supply chains, regulatory pressure, shifting consumer expectations, and, of course, fragile global growth. We will discuss how to scale responsibly, how to protect trust, and how to make long-term investment decisions, again, in an environment that is defined by uncertainty, tighter capital, and constant geopolitical and market disruption. Of course, we will discuss artificial intelligence, not just as a technology, but also as a force that is reshaping entire industries. To explore AI's impact on the creative economy, I'm particularly excited about this, we will hear from singer and cultural icon Boy George, who will join a panel on innovation rights and platform power, how these are redefining creativity itself. As Axel said, Reuters Next is powered by our global newsroom, by journalists who are reporting from the front lines of conflict, of markets, of technological change, and you will be able to hear from them directly. We have Reuters Europe editor Rachel Armstrong, who is going to this morning host a Reuters editor's briefing on the Russia-Ukraine war and on Europe's evolving security landscape. She's going to be speaking with our expert correspondents who are on the ground covering the news. Carmel Crimmins will be recording an episode of her weekly Economic World podcast. I also urge any of you in the breakout sessions and the teas and the coffees, to go up to our journalists, to talk to them. We have 2,600 journalists. We operate in 160 countries. We are at the forefront of conflict and boardroom struggles and everything in between. So please do go up to them. They will be thrilled to speak to you. All the conversations today extend far beyond this room because they're going to be broadcast globally on our platforms to, yes, millions of people. As journalists, we need to ask the questions that matter. We need to test assumptions. We need to bring trusted intelligence to a world that is crowded with noise. And that's what we're going to do today. So, welcome to Reuters Next Europe, and let's start with some questions. I would like to invite Nadia Calviño, the president of the European Investment Bank, to the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm just going to wait for the timer here so we know how much time we have, because there are a lot of things to cover. Excellent. Okay. I'm sure we'll be able to cover a lot in 19 minutes and 58 seconds. So, Nadia, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. So, you have been in the role now for 2.5 years, and these are years clearly in which the world has been in complete economic and geopolitical turmoil. The EU governments, which are essentially the overlords of the EIB, are pushing you to do more on defense, on competitiveness, on energy. That's a lot of priorities, potentially even competing. What is your biggest priority, and how do you make sure that you can enact it, as I said before, from ambition to execution?
Well, thank you very much for having me, and your introduction, I think, was perfect to highlight why the European Investment Bank is relevant, more relevant than ever, probably, in supporting a strong European voice in the shaping of this brave new world, that is shifting in front of our eyes. And I brought to this position 2.5 years ago, my experience also as Minister and Vice President in Spain, and also chair of the most important advisory committee of the IMF, because that allowed me to see that the shift is not these last 2 years. It was already building up in the last decade. Many things have changed in the world, and the world order that has served Europe so well for the past 80 years is now changing. I think the future is not going to be like the past. We're not going back. And we need to shape this new global order. And I think, personally, it's very important that Europe has a strong voice there. And the European Investment Bank, which is the financing engine of Europe to invest in those areas that matter for businesses, for competitiveness, for security, has also shifted in the last 2.5 years to become more strategic, more geopolitical also, if you wish, more focused on climate action, making the green transition a European success, technological leadership, supporting the scale-ups and the startups of Europe so that they can thrive and grow here in Europe, and thirdly, security and defense, a critical area for the future.
You have a current €100 billion annual lending ceiling, right? I mean, considering everything that is going on, is that enough? And do you see scope to go higher?
Well, more than a matter of volume, and volumes are very important, of course, and we have a €600 billion balance sheet. We have a stellar AAA, which is based on a very robust portfolio, but also a very good risk management systems. And that is built every year with these around €100 billion financing. That means loans, credit, but also guarantees, securitizations, and capital. So equity injections through funds of funds. That is very important, but I think most important is impact. How can the public sector, and the European Investment Bank Group is the most relevant player in the public sector when it comes to finance in Europe, how can we catalyze, how can we crowd in private investment, and how can we have a positive impact, whether it is on Europe's capital markets or security and defense capabilities, or, as I said already, making this green transition a European success.
So potentially you could go higher then?
There are a number of limits, but there is space to do it. Our shareholders, and that's why I was the shareholders, which are the 27 member states of the EU, and this is very important these days, they are unanimous in supporting the strategic roadmap of the European Investment Bank. And only last Friday we had our board of governors, and they were very much insisting not so much on doing more volumes, but rather have more impact, more risk-taking and more influence and impact in those areas that matter: tech leadership, security and defense, competitiveness.
Energy. I mean, how has the recent energy shock as a result of the Iran war changed the way you think and prioritize energy investments in practice?
Luckily, this was the second warning, if you wish. The first one was
luckily or not luckily.
It is fortunate in the sense that we were better prepared this time in Europe. So, since Russia launched its full-scale attempted invasion of Ukraine, I was thinking about it when you were saying Ukraine's war with Russia, and I think it's very important we keep in mind.
No, it's Russia's invasion of Ukraine, of course.
And since they did that, we have actually doubled our financing in the area of energy. So Europe was better prepared for the current shock than it was 5 years ago, and 4 years ago. Yeah, and quite right now, 60% of our finance last year was going to this green transition, in climate action in general terms. But it means that right now the European Investment Bank is financing around half of the grid infrastructure projects in the EU, 1 out of 5 solar panel projects, 1 out of 3 onshore wind projects. We will be announcing an important project actually later today, and the majority of offshore wind projects. So energy is top priority for us and the European Investment Bank Group because of the capacity to lend long-term and large-scale. We have a key role right now in reinforcing Europe's energy autonomy, which at the end of the day is competitiveness and security, isn't it?
So competitiveness, I mean, as you say, part of the EIB's remit is to provide financing that helps drive innovation and competitiveness in the EU. But Europe, seems to be lagging, even further behind the US and China on these fronts. Is there a more radical role that the EIB can play to sort of, give a little kick up the bum, or a big one?
Like in many other areas, I think that Europe is on the right track, but we need to go bigger and faster. And that could be an executive summary of so many of the ongoing reflections. And so the European Investment Bank Group, because it is the bank and the fund, is actually the main player when it comes to venture debt, with like a close to 30% market share in the EU. and venture capital, with a 25 market share in venture capital in the EU. I am saying this not, I wish it wasn't like this, because it would mean that the market would be much larger. But it illustrates the importance of our instruments in catalyzing and creating these large investment funds that Europe needs. Because Europe's got the talent. We have top universities, research centers, excellent talent, a vibrant ecosystem of startups. The issue is scaling up. How to reach the scale to make them global leaders. And in that sense, what we're doing right now, we are launching a number of new instruments and scaling up successful instruments so that we can have a larger impact in this regard.
Would you say that scaling up and everything you've just said is one of the key ingredients then in improving productivity as well? You know, what would you do if you could force European governments to do one major change to improve productivity?
I think market integration, creating a large 450 million euro citizen market, even more with the enlargements that are starting this very week, you know, and making progress as we speak. Market integration and fostering the scaling up of Europe's champions, I think that's the right agenda. And just to give you some sense, you know, in the last couple of years we launched a program called the European Tech Champions Initiative, and in just 2 years we've been able to nurture 12 unicorns. European unicorns do exist. Now we need them to get larger and to have more. And so we are on the right track. Now we're launching the second wave because we have fully exhausted the first fund. So we want to go bigger and faster so that we can continue to go on this direction, but have a larger impact.
You know, when I hear you talk about, you know, market integration driving and innovation, I think, you know, what a pity that 10 years ago this year, you know, Britain took its decision, you know, to leave the EU. Do you think that there could be a role or some sort of a membership of Britain in the EIB in some capacity, you know, without rejoining the EU?
Yes, this week it brings terrible memories, because tomorrow we will be remembering the terrible murder of Joe Cox, which was like the opening signal for such a terrible, I mean, personally for me, it is a terrible memory. And the vote, as I am deeply pro-European, and I think that we're stronger together. To me, it's a no-brainer. So, okay, 10 years on, time is ripe to reset the relationship. Now, the European Investment Bank is one of the greatest success stories of the EU, because by putting a little capital years ago, decades ago, we are profitable. We reinvest those profits yearly, and that allows us to have this stellar AAA rating, to leverage the guarantees from the EU budget. So every euro of public guarantees from the EU budget, we leverage up to 15 euros by mobilizing also private investment. So I can understand that maybe this is a great interest. It is a great interest to the countries that are wanting to join the EU, I tell you, because that allows us to finance the infrastructures in Europe and take risk and support innovators. It also allows us to support Europe's voice in the world. So it's a very important institution. But you know, I think that there's a summit coming up.
There is. But again, you know, maybe since we believe in creative ideas, you know, what could bring the UK back into the fold somehow, at least financially, at least in these issues where, let's face it, the UK for years was a leader, and it was a great pity that left the EU, you know, when Britain left. You know, could there be something?
I will be seeing a number of members of the government, including Chancellor Reeves, tomorrow. Let's see if she brings it up.
Okay, well, you'll tell us first if this is brought up. So we've talked about energy, we've talked about competitiveness, climate, defense. Defense is the one that we haven't sort of talked about in detail. Obviously, it's been, you know, the most important topic of the past few years, considering Russia's war with Ukraine. What is the EIB's role in helping shore up Europe's security and defense sector spending?
Yeah, these in the last couple of years have been a turning point for the European Investment Bank because when I joined as president of the institution, I had a clear idea that we needed to step up Europe's security and defense capabilities. And the bank and the group was not active in this area. And in barely 2 years, we will reach or maybe even exceed the 5% target that we have of all financing inside the EU devoted to security and defense. And we have a very robust pipeline of around 25 flagship projects in more than 20 member states and a number of pan-European projects in areas like large critical infrastructures, military facilities, military mobility, for example, industrial capabilities. Later in the month, we will be signing a very important deal, a very large and important deal with a large European player. Research and development programs, support to small and medium-sized companies in the supply chain of large European contractors. And finally, we're also nurturing the emerging ecosystem of dedicated investment funds in this area of security and defense, which is growing quite fast also in Europe. So the EIB is one of the key players, amongst others, to support these capabilities, which are so important, again, for Europe's future.
So over the past few years, you have expanded your financing to include dual-use technology, military infrastructure, cybersecurity, but you have always explicitly excluded arms and ammunition from your financing. Do you see that changing?
Well, what we are doing is we're playing our role as Europe's investment engine and building on our strengths. So the European Investment Bank is not a defense ministry. We are not NATO. We work very closely with all of them. But the EIB is particularly well placed to build and to finance large infrastructures that need long-term financing. For example, a military campus in Lithuania, very close to the Belarusian border, that's going to host a Bundeswehr brigade under NATO command. There are no other financial institutions that could do that. And we are providing technical assistance to the Lithuanian government and also to the Latvian government on how to build this and developing our own capacity also. There's no other player that can nurture the ecosystem of private equity funds or support SMEs throughout the EU, because we have an unparalleled network with the banks, with the commercial banks that covers all member states. And those are the areas where we're really putting our focus, because that's where we are unique, if you wish, to contribute. And then there are other players that are also playing their role in other aspects of this capacity.
What are you doing to ensure that companies stay and invest in Ukraine? Would you give political risk guarantees or other measures whereby it sticks?
Well, we are the main investment partner to Ukraine. Actually, last year we were the main European financier, multilateral financier to Ukraine. We have very close relationship. You mentioned President Zelensky. I was also there in 24, and we are constantly on the ground. Every second week, actually, we are either signing a deal or inaugurating a hospital, a kindergarten, a school, housing project, energy infrastructure, transport infrastructures throughout the country, from the front to the border. And so we're playing a very important role in Ukraine's resilience in this point in time. Going forward, there are a number of initiatives that are being assessed, not only inside the bank, but also generally at the European Union level that will surely give the EIB an important role also in the post-war reconstruction phase, which we all hope will come soon.
So today, right now, as we speak, President Zelensky is asking the allies and asking Europe to put more pressure on President Putin as a way to end the war, to bring, after 4.5 years. What should the Europeans do? What should they do to put more pressure on President Putin?
Well, I'm no longer a policymaker, and I'm no longer
I know, but that's
leader
why you
of a
can
member
tell
state. So in my position, I cannot do anything about that. I think that actually there's very strong determination on the EU side, and we will see it later, not only today with the G7, but also the EU leaders' European Council meeting. What impresses me, and I think many people may be surprised, actually, is the determination and unity of Europe in supporting Ukraine, which has become even stronger after the change of government in Hungary. As you see, you know, many things are being unblocked. And I think this is a very strong message to the world, also about the resilience and strength of Europe, you know, in the current geopolitical context.
I think it's fair to say that under President Trump, there has been a fraying of multilateral cooperation. I think you are as EIB, you're taking over as the chair of the Multilateral Development Banks Group next year. So what can the EIB do amid this sort of, coming apart at the seams, if you will, partly because of the actions of the U.S. administration?
Well, paradoxically, there is a gap between the political discussion and the reality on the ground. There is a gap when it comes to clean tech investments, for example. Companies are getting on with it. And actually, the energy transition is accelerating, you know, despite discussions or opinions, you know, or what we may hear as debates. That's what we see on the ground. And likewise, paradoxically, the network of multilateral development institutions is working closer than ever. I think we're very well aware that right now we are a force for good and stability for the world. So I am very happy that next year the European Investment Bank will be chairing this network. We will be focusing on 5 subjects: private sector mobilization, financing the world's stability, water. The EIB is leading water infrastructures financing in the world, so water and resilience, global health and human capital, critical raw materials, and artificial intelligence. These are the 5 areas that have been agreed, and I hope that we will have major breakthroughs or concrete deliverables on that next year. Actually, I will be having a meeting with Baroness Chapman later today, precisely to see how we can coordinate our action with the upcoming G20 presidency of the UK.
So you're saying that you need to thank Trump because he's actually made you and other organizations like yours stronger?
You know, I many times reflect on what metaphor could explain what's going on in the world. And I've used a couple of times this metaphor that what we're living right now, it's the US and China. Is that
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The gods of technology, could you help us out here? Thank you.
So you have this very powerful image, I think, and your introduction, your video was very powerful also. You have this powerful image of 2 elephants fighting each other, right? And where is Europe in all of this? And you could think, well, Europe is the whale that keeps the oceans stable and the equilibrium in the world, reliable, strong. You could also say Europe is like the honeybees. It's a community. We're strong because we're together and we work relentlessly, you know, to get things done in a positive sense. But you could also think that Europe is like a rhinoceros. So the horn maybe not be sharp enough because we have vulnerabilities in 2 areas, energy and defense. But you usually don't want to upset a rhino, would you? Huh? And it's a sturdy, resilient animal. And I think that this is the right way also to deal with the 2 elephants in the room, if you wish. We have to be pragmatic when we can, firm when we must. And that, I think, is the right way forward to ensure that there's this very strong European voice in the world.
Got it. That does paint a picture quite adequately. My last question, because unfortunately we've run out of time, and actually there was a question here about U.S. and China and industrial policy, but I think you answered it with your elephant analogy. So my last one is, if you had to pick the next head of the European Central Bank, but could not choose yourself, who would you pick?
This is the one question I cannot reply to. I'm sure there will be very strong candidates from a number of member states, very important position, and I'm sure the best candidate will be picked.
Maybe yourself.
No. Thank you very much. Huh?
We said it here
keeping
first.
This for the end.
We said it here
first. No. I'm absolutely proud, committed, happy to be at the helm of the European Investment Bank. Because as I said at the beginning, so it's not that I made it up just for this question, I think this is a very important institution, maybe more important than ever, for Europe and for the world.
Great. Well, that's the best place to be then. Thank you very much to Nadia Calviño, and really for these insightful, you gave us many things that we can digest throughout the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. A good try on the ECB, LA, by the way. Thank you, Alessandra. Thank you, Nadia, for kicking off the day. The Ukraine conversation, of course, will continue with President Zelensky later on this morning. By the way, I want to welcome everyone joining us on the live stream. I think you're seeing us through that camera over there. I'm Axel Threlfall. I'm going to be guiding us throughout the day. So welcome to all of you watching from afar. We shift now from the scale of Europe's investment agenda to the reality of operating within it. What does this moment demand of global companies and their leaders? We've got a couple of leaders now back to back to tell us how they're dealing with it. Our next one, the first one, is at the sharp end of the shift. I'd like to welcome Reckitt CEO Chris Licht to the stage. He'll be in conversation with Reuters chief companies correspondent Alex Marrow. Come on up, guys.
Thanks, Axel. Good morning, everyone. So I'm sure everyone in the room is familiar with Reckitt as a business, but even those who don't know the company well will certainly be aware of the brands. Dettol disinfectant, Finish dishwasher tablets, Durex condoms, Nurofen painkillers, to name but a few. But the consumer goods sector is in a bit of trouble at the moment, I'd say. High inflation, suppressing consumer demand, private label goods stealing a march on their branded counterparts, and war in the Middle East wreaking havoc on supply chains. It's a bit of a gloomy picture, but Chris, I wonder, has it ever been so tough for branded consumer goods?
Yeah, I would say actually it depends a lot on where you sit in the industry. So we are a self-care and healthcare and hygiene company, and we have 11 power brands. You mentioned some of them that span the globe. And actually what we're seeing is the underlying trend in our business and in our markets is one of growth. There's a very high level of engagement with self-care, with taking charge of your own health, protecting your family. We see consumers all over the world that are actually more aware of the role that hygiene plays in terms of keeping their families safe, their children safe. And people are engaging with self-care at a new level. Some of that, I think, is the silver lining of COVID, where I think the whole global population realized that actually we all have to take charge of our own health. And I think the other is just more a broad mega trend towards self-care. And as many millions of households in emerging markets attain the ability to participate in categories like this, that growth will continue. Mm-hmm. Now, all that being said, you're right. It's a pretty dynamic situation. It's volatile out there. That does present challenges, of course. I will say for us as a company, we have been battle-tested. We have been through a few crises. Most recently, as we talked just now, COVID and the inflationary shocks and the supply chain disruptions that came from COVID. And we weathered those storms quite well. Mm-hmm. Our teams are now used to it. And we're going to tackle the things that we're facing right now. Well, I'm confident about that.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose this latest bout of inflation has been sparked by war in the Middle East. What lessons have you learned from this particular crisis that you're still sort of implementing now in the business?
Well, I think this one is still happening, right? So I think we can't really write the story quite yet, or at least we can't conclude the story. But I think one thing we can safely say is our teams were very effective very quickly in stepping in to make sure our people were safe. And we shut down production in Bahrain. quite quickly, and that was a very important measure. And I think our leadership team on the ground has shown that they're equipped to deal with this. In terms of the inflationary effects of the crisis, which are clear, that will start to flow through. There's actually a bit of a delay on some of that. So even though you've seen the oil price fluctuate and certain other prices of different commodities, you have seen them fluctuate and rise. Actually, there's going to be a more profound movement through a whole series of feedstocks and commodities over the next 6 to 12 months. So we're really just at the beginning of seeing all that come through and affect the consumer.
Yeah. I mean, and specifically on the US consumer, I think we're seeing that there are cost of living pressures that are forcing some families to make trade-offs of what they can afford. How does demand for your more expensive products, such as Lysol or Mucinex, compared to, say, private label counterparts, hold up in that environment? Yeah,
they tend to hold up really well. You're right, there are certain portions of the U.S. landscape where the consumer is under a fair amount of pressure. I think you can see that in a range of ways. And of course, gas prices being higher now in the U.S. is exacerbating some of that pressure. For us, though, we have number one leading positions with our brands in the U.S. Lysol, Mucinex is a big business. We're actually fairly premium priced, and our consumer tends to be the consumer that says, I want the best in the category, and I'm willing to pay for that. Like I said, hygiene is actually something that's very high in terms of consumer awareness, and a lot of people care deeply about getting the best solution to keep themselves and their families safe. So we haven't seen a lot of issues with down trading or things like that, in part because I think that core consumer of ours is actually not willing to make that trade-off in our categories. So we've been fairly resilient. I mentioned before the spike in cost of goods, the inflationary spike after COVID, where we had to, price that through, and we didn't see much of an effect back then, and I think we'll see the same thing repeat.
Yeah, and I guess that sort of talking about the premium products that you offer, is there a sort of desire for you to try and target, as there's this bifurcation of the US consumer, one seeking more premium, one seeking more cheaper goods, that you want to try and meet both of those consumer needs, or will you just stay more focused on the premium end?
Well, we do provide sort of a good, better, best range in many of our categories, but our role and what we're really good at is premium. It's innovation, it's bringing new products to market, it's creating new categories. So Lysol, for instance, we created a whole new air care category that didn't exist. We created a laundry sanitizer category that didn't exist. That's really what we're good at. And so I think that's our role in the marketplace. But Lysol is among the most trusted brands of all brands in America, in the top 5. So it is consumed by many, and it's available at a reasonable value to many.
And just coming back to the Middle East, obviously President Trump has announced a ceasefire. We'll see to what extent that one will hold. But how soon do you think Reckitt can see the impact of that? You've already mentioned that there's a feed-through from delay from inflation, but the supply chain issues, shortages, higher prices that you've been experiencing, how quickly will that turn around?
I think it will vary by area of the business and by commodity. Right now, we're not dealing with any significant shortages. There's a little bit of raw material movement in the Middle East itself that's a little constrained, but we're not seeing shortages otherwise. But we are seeing elevated prices on a number of inputs. And like I said, we're preparing ourselves to manage that. We have a really good productivity program that we run that can help offset some of that. And like I said, we have pricing power. So where needed and as needed, we will price some of that through.
Yeah. And does a peace deal, if it comes to pass, change any plans that you currently have in place that you might think we now don't need to do this?
Not at this point, no. I mean, as you say, it appears that there might be a path to a positive resolution here, and And that would, of course, be best because businesses like us, we exist to serve consumers all over the world, and we do that best when there's no conflicts and when there's a free movement of goods.
Yeah, and I think, certainly in the last few years, there's been this almost state of permanent conflict. How has that made you change the way you stockpile, certain other aspects of your business that are likely to stay for good?
Yeah, we were actually on a path to move more of our manufacturing more proximate to where we sell. So we were already on a journey to, for instance, we're building a big health plant in the United States, in North Carolina, and that actually was initiated just to strengthen the supply chain. But during times of conflict, and certainly what we learned from COVID is that the fragility of these very globalized supply chains is not always optimal. Mm-hmm. So I expect us to continue on that journey. We will build more manufacturing plants in the markets where we sell the products. And I think we'll strike the right balance. Some things are global. Some supply chains just have to be. But in many cases, we can make product closer, and that actually makes sense. Also because, as we said, we sell premium products. The gross margins are quite attractive. We really just want to make sure that we can service the demand at a very high level every day all over the world. So that's the journey that we've been on. And certainly, I would say the levels of conflict and disruption that we're seeing is only increasing our conviction that that's a good direction.
Mm. That brings us quite nicely onto tariffs. You mentioned the producing the goods in the markets you're selling them. I think Reckitt was slightly more exposed to some European rivals in terms of more than 40% of manufacturing outside the US for US sales volume. This was, a year ago or so when the first tariffs were coming in. How challenging was that situation, particularly a year ago, and what have you changed? And obviously, the Mucinex factory is one of those things.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, we are investing in a number of different areas of the business to have more capacity in the U.S., and some of those investments have already been brought online. So the tariffs actually ended up not being a particularly big issue. Okay. We managed to mitigate that. It really wasn't particularly disruptive to the business. I mean, of course, it was unexpected. But once we sort of understood the framework, we were able to manage through that, and then obviously now we have a different situation.
Yeah. And just in terms of how you price, how you source, how you invest, presumably there must have been some impact there, or were you able to sort of sail through that?
It didn't matter that much. So tariffs didn't apply broadly across all our products. So self-care products, some were exempt, et cetera. So it ended up not being such a big headwind for us.
Yeah. You mentioned emerging markets earlier, and I know that Reckitt's almost half of your business is now emerging markets.
Yes.
Just firstly on that, given Europe is a particularly low growth region these days, is the future path to growth for consumer companies in emerging markets, and how do you see that dynamic versus Europe playing out?
Yeah, I think there's a need for more self-care everywhere because public health systems are under tremendous pressure, and even here in Europe, in the UK, we can see them straining, right? We can see them not being able to meet comfortably all the demands. So more self-care, more community-based care is a trend that's going to happen all over the world, including in developed markets. And there is growth coming behind that. That being said, emerging markets is definitely the growth engine, and I'm very pleased that we have the footprint that we have. We have a very large and successful business in China, a very large and successful business in India. We operate across all regions of emerging markets, and we're seeing strong growth from there, and that is really where you can source most growth. It's where the categories that we play in are not fully built, right? So you think about OTC, you think about auto dish tablets, you think about vitamins and supplements. These are all categories that need to grow in those markets and where consumer households now have a chance to participate. One interesting fact is in the last couple of years, there are now more households in emerging markets that make more than $25,000 in annual income than in developed markets combined. So this is not small. This is very big. and it is where the growth is. And I'm pleased that we're pointing directly at that, and we have a chance to lead in many of those markets.
Yeah, and you mentioned China and India. In China, your growth, I think, has been predicated on very strong online sales.
Yes.
And in India, it's kind of more of an offline play.
Right. Yeah.
I wonder if you can talk a bit about the differences there, but also which other markets you see coming through for Reckitt, and whether it's a combination or, the offline-online play, which one wins?
Yeah, one of the things we've done is we've structured ourselves in a way that all emerging markets is in the same business unit, so that we can transfer capabilities and best practices in a much more seamless way. That's a fairly new thing, and it's really exciting, because getting those capabilities spread out more broadly is an accelerator for us and will result in accelerated growth. In China, we call China an emerging market. It's really a misnomer. It's really not accurate. China emerged quite a while ago, and today is the most sophisticated consumer market we operate in. It is heavily online, it's heavily digital, it's social, and there's a big component of live streaming that's driving the growth. And we happen to have built some really good capabilities in that area that has caused us to be quite successful. We see those capabilities traveling around the world, maybe at different speeds, depending on the market structure and what platforms get developed and have traction with consumers. But this is going to be a broader trend, and we're positioning ourselves to capitalize on that. India is a very different market. Actually, online sales and building brands online is also a big phenomenon in India. But to be successful in India, you have to cover a vast network of offline retail, and that's still the case. And we do that, and that is something that we're going to continue to do. We have built some very sophisticated technology to do that with precision at scale, and actually that technology and that know-how, we want to transfer that to other markets that have a similar trade structure.
Mm-hmm. I see we're getting some questions in. I'll just take one more from here before we do. But just on artificial intelligence,
yes.
I'm curious sort of what AI is doing to brand loyalty. When AI agents are picking brands for consumers, does the magic of brand loyalty disappear?
Yeah, we don't think so. This is an area that we're actively working in, and there's a lot of exciting things happening. The first thing to say is I think there's going to be some categories where consumers care a lot about brands, and more importantly about technology and the science behind the brand and the product, and the trust in the manufacturer and the trust in the brand. And I think if you have leading equities like we do, number one positions, and by the way, if you have a lot of science behind that that's well documented and searchable by the LLMs, then I think this actually helps. I think the agentic shopping will be a problem for those that don't have strong science, don't have differentiated product, don't have excellent innovation, or a number one brand position. So I think this will be an exciting new era, but I don't think of it as a risk. I think of it as an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll take one of these from here. So let's say that first one. Can you really measure trust on the bottom line? How do you measure it?
Well, I can tell you that having number one most trusted brands, like Dettol in many places, we talked about Lysol, Durex, this matters a lot. I mean, and while it's hard to sort of directly do the math on it, we know that if our equity is healthy and we are bringing new innovation to the marketplace and the consumer is engaged and excited, we sustain our price points, we sustain a very healthy margin structure, and to me that is the trust in action. Mm-hmm. I think equities matter more today. If you think about the proliferation of content, just the sheer amount of things coming at people, at their eyeballs, across all platforms and places where you can source content, actually it's more important than ever to cut through and have something to say and have the credibility of being the number one brand in a given space helps do that.
Mm-hmm. And maybe a one-word answer for the last one. What's the hardest trade-off today, margin, resilience, or reputation?
I mean, I think maybe resilience, just because it is such a volatile world, and it's sometimes hard to see where the next problem is going to come from. But like I said, the more you go through these things, the more you build the conviction and confidence in the organization that we can deal with the next one too.
Great. Chris, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Right, that was consumer goods. Let's talk about communications and connectivity as a source of strategic influence, especially in this current context. Please welcome Reuters senior correspondent Paul Sandel and Vodafone Group Chief Executive Margherita Della Valle to our stage. Come on.
Hello, Margherita. Thanks very much for being here. Since you became CEO just 3 years ago, you've substantially reshaped Vodafone. It's a completely different company in many ways. How did you make those decisions about doing that so quickly, and what did you have to balance in that procedure?
Sure. Thank you for having me here, Paul. 3 years ago, when I started, I think it was very clear that Vodafone needed to change. We needed to change where we operate, but even more importantly, we needed to change how we operate. The most visible transformation externally, because we were progressing in parallel to transformation, was the reshaping of the footprint of the group, particularly in Europe. And then in parallel, we were changing how we run the company. On the footprint side, it was essential for me that we operated in markets where we have the scale. We are an infrastructure company. We need scale to invest, we need scale to grow, and we need scale to win against our competitors. And having set that objective, 3 years on, we have exited 2 markets in Europe. We have exited Spain, we have exited Italy, and we have instead doubled up in the UK and in Romania. And as a result of all this, Vodafone is now of a similar size, actually, of where we were 3 years ago. But for the very first time in a long time, we operate only in markets where we have strong positions. And then in parallel, I mentioned, and I'm sure we will have a chance to talk more about, the change of our internal ways of working. And it was all done around the focus on customer experience. And we also simplified the company by bringing the decision-making as close to the customers as possible. After all these 3 years on, I think we can say we're opening a new chapter as a simpler and stronger company. And perhaps the most significant indication of that is also for the first time, we have given a mid-term growth outlook to our investors. We are now looking forward to many years of double-digit cash flow growth ahead of us.
Yes, yeah. And one of the biggest deals was obviously in the UK, where you were third in the market, and you combined with the fourth player, Hutchison, to become the biggest player. And that was quite a change in the regulatory kind of backdrop here, because we went from 4 networks to 3 networks. That's quite a tough thing, but from the day one you focused on investment. Could you just say how you made that decision and how effective that was?
I think it's fair to say that we knew from the beginning that we had a very strong proposition with our UK merger, because it would be good for everyone. It would be good for our customers, of course, but also good for the country and good for competition. And why that is, it's because the scale we have now, as you said, as the largest mobile operator in the country, is a scale that now allows us to properly invest. We have launched an £11 billion investment programme that will give the UK the best mobile network in the whole of Europe. Something we very much need here, as I'm sure you are all aware. And we are now starting to see the impact of this. A year on from the merger, we are exactly a year on from completion, we already see the improvements in our networks. We have independent testing that says that we have increased speeds nationwide by as much as 50%. We are closing not spots Over 16,000 square kilometers of not spots have already been closed, and that's just a year on. And we see it in the behavior of our customers who are, I would say, voting with their choices, and we have had a significant step up in loyalty. But I was mentioning this is not just good for us and for our customers, because our competitors obviously had also to start investing more. And as a result, everyone in the UK will have now better networks. Every business, every customer up and down the country will benefit from our merger.
And would you take that same playbook to Europe, and would you like them to do the same thing in terms of in-market consolidation and across-market consolidation? Would that make sense for Europe competitively?
Yes, I think the UK has set a precedent, has set a fantastic example for the rest of Europe to follow. The whole of Europe needs more investment in digital infrastructure, and the playbook, frankly, is the same everywhere. The good news is that we just have seen a new set of merger guidelines getting into consultation in the EU right now, and they follow the same example set by the UK, which is to balance what was called the theory of harm from mergers with actually the theory of benefits that can come from mergers for customers in terms of investment and innovation. And this is exactly the same balancing that the CMA did in the UK with our mergers. So I think the example will be followed.
And how quickly do they need to do that? Because it's a race against time with kind of US, Asia.
I think speed is always the challenge, and the faster the better. Obviously, everyone now understands that having well-invested digital infrastructure is the right thing, and it's the right thing not just for our economies, but also, frankly, for security and resilience in the current geopolitics. And if we want this, we need more investment, which needs scale.
Yes, yes. And do you think that the companies need to become more profitable in Europe? Because the telco market has been challenged here compared to the US. Does it all go hand in hand?
What is really important for telcos is we are infrastructure companies. And if you are an infrastructure company, you need to be able to scale to actually have the right return on your investment. It's all about return on infrastructure. And if you can have, like we now have in the UK, one network which carries the traffic of 28 million customers, by definition, your business case is a completely different one. It makes sense to drive investment and drive investment competition against for everybody's benefit.
Right, yes. And the big themes in tech is obviously AI. Now, telco sits slightly outside that, but you also, there's a role for AI in telco businesses. Can you say how you're using AI at the moment and what opportunities there are with AI in the future?
I would say that we are right in the middle of it because, like any other company, we can use AI for ourselves and our customers, but also our networks are going to be essential for carrying the traffic of AI, again, digital infrastructure. For us as a company, in terms of internal use, we have started leveraging AI for our customers. I mentioned earlier the fact that we needed to change how we operate. I think you will all recognize that historically telecom operators have not been great at managing customer service. We have always been passionate about our technology, our engineering, our networks, but our customers have also always wanted to have a simple, flawless service, connection, disconnection, calling call centers. So 3 years ago, we thought this was actually a great opportunity for us to drive change. No rocket science, improving customer service, but fundamental. And we really re-engineered the company around this. More investment, better processes, better systems, AI I'll come to in a second, and also really empowering our front lines, the people in our stores and in our call centers, who are the only ones who really understand what customers want. And 3 years on, we are now leading in customer satisfaction in 11 out of 15 markets in Europe and Africa. And of course, we have a big agenda where we want to do more. Where does AI help? We have rolled out AI at scale in 3 customer experience use cases so far. The first one, unsurprisingly, it's AI chatbots. Our AI chatbot every week serves more than 10 million conversations across Europe. We have also put AI agents supporting our call center agents for faster managing of customer queries. And then last but not least, we have launched a proposition which is pretty unique in telecoms, which is enabled by AI, which is called Just Ask Once. As a customer, ideally, you would never have to ask for anything. Everything would always be done in the way you want. But just in case you need to ask, you should only ever ask once and consider it done. And that's what we have out there for our customers today.
On AI, what could be the long-term impact on the Vodafone brand? Because I'm thinking if you use an AI agent to ask you to create a mobile phone contract, you might not. The AI agent is not going to know all the Vodafone brand values, all of the capital you've built up through advertising for years. So what happens to the Vodafone brand in that world?
I think the recipe is always the same, which is to be the best for our customers. And when I mean the best, I mean not just the best network, but the most seamless, easy customer experience, the best value for money propositions, and the best at satisfying all our connectivity, all our customers' connectivity needs. You will see across our markets, we are selling family plans, we are selling convergence. We want to make sure that our customers have everything they need at their fingertip without having to do much work, whether directly or through agents in the future. We want everything to be sort of flawlessly and seamlessly sorted out for them. And we shouldn't be top of mind.
Right. So Vodafone will appeal just as much to an AI agent as to a customer in the long term, in theory.
It's ultimately fundamental to have the best product.
Yes, yeah. Got it. I just want to ask about satellites. This is obviously a big, exciting area at the moment with the SpaceX IPO just last week. And you've taken a slightly different route. You're not betting on Elon Musk. Is that a risk not to go with Elon Musk, or is it a smart strategy?
We are, and as you know, we have been for some time very excited about the potential of satellites. Now, the word satellite means lots of different things at the moment, so let me be a little bit more specific. The satellite service we care about is the one that works with the phone you have in your pockets seamlessly. Yeah, we now have a technology that allows us, I call it, to put our antennas in the sky. And again, if I think about customer experience, I think this is definitely a very nice proposition. You don't need to worry where you are. You can be in the middle of the sea, but your phone will always work. So we have worked on a technology that gives you a full broadband experience wherever you are, because we believe that this is what our customers want. Now, our execution is a little bit different. You are right, because we've been very keen to establish a service that is not only technologically advanced and giving you the full broadband experience without buying a new device, but also a service which fits with all European rules and regulations. And this is very important because at this point in time, sometimes the technology is ahead of regulator.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's really essential for us that our customer data are safe, secure, and again, managed in line with what we are always used to when we pick a phone and communicate. And to do that, we have created a European company. It's called Satellite Connect Europe, which is working on this service also with other European telco operators. As you might have seen, companies like Orange, Telefonica, Three in Europe. We have 10 different European markets now working with us on this service.
But do you think you're doing it very much in tandem with regulation in Europe? Do you think Musk cares about regulation in Europe?
I think it's about what Europe cares about.
Okay.
I think there will be a number of players in this space. It is a new frontier for telecommunications. It's really important that it's not managed as a sort of Wild West.
Yes.
And that whether it's in Europe, whether it's in the UK, or for us, whether it's in Africa, the rules of the game are set clearly now.
Yeah, yeah. And you just mentioned Africa. Vodafone, it's obviously in Europe and it's pan-African as well. It's got a big footprint in Africa. What's it like dealing with African government compared to the European Commission or Ofcom or the British government?
You're right, Africa is very big for us. A third of Vodafone is Africa. And we have 240 million mobile customers. We have over 100 million financial services customers in Africa. And we are growing strongly. We continue to upgrade our guidance. It's now double-digit EBITDA growth. So it's a structural opportunity for us. It's fair to say that we see now more innovation sometimes there than in Europe. And perhaps it's also fair to say that we have been operating at scale in Africa since the beginning, and there is a good understanding where we operate about the importance of digital infrastructure. To give you a sense, we are not just enabling connectivity in Africa, but we are really enabling a different digital society. We are live with automation and digitization in areas such as agriculture, health services. Our financial services platforms have moved from pure mobile money, which we brought to Africa many years ago, peer-to-peer, exchanges of money through your phones, all the way to a fully fledged financial services ecosystem with loans, insurance, payroll services, rent, everything. We have in most markets over 50% of the GDPs transiting on our financial services platform. So very different, with a lot of investment and growth, and also a lot of societal transformation as a result of that. I think if you asked any Vodafone employee anywhere in the world, what are you most proud of? Yeah. One of the things they would talk about is how we are enabling the transformation of African economies.
Great, great. We've got a couple of questions. So yes, the top one. Will telecoms operators capture value from AI or remain infrastructure providers for others? I mean, you did mention that you're carrying a hell of a lot of that traffic, which just goes up exponentially. How do you capture that value?
It's, as I said, it's a bit of a two-way street. We are very well positioned to leverage AI for our own operations. And we are fortunate, actually, because in our role, with, in our case, 700 million customer relationships across the world, we have big partnerships also with the big AI providers that allow us to access the best tools with the best conditions. So we use it for ourselves at scale in areas such as customer care. We use it for enabling our networks in terms of automation. Yeah, you're right, demand will grow for our networks, and our networks will in parallel become more efficient through AI, and there is a big race on the automation of networks. But we will also leverage AI for our customers. So we have revenue streams coming from AI. A very simple example of a product we just launched a couple of months ago, an AI concierge for our business customers. 50% of Vodafone business customers are SMEs that don't have direct access to AI tools. So we are the vehicle for them to drive AI use cases, and we are facilitating the access to all these digital technologies to our companies, big and small, and frankly also to our governments across Europe and Africa.
Great, good. We're out of time. So thank you very much, Margherita. That's very interesting. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul, and thank you, Margherita, for another CEO perspective. The next CEO perspective will come at 10:30 with De Beers. Before that, we turn our attention attention to the impact of shocks on supply chains. This session is in partnership with GXO, and we'll dive into the ways in which they are serving consumers' needs in the wake of severe disruption. Please welcome to the stage Fionnuala Sweeney, who will moderate a fireside discussion with GXO Chief Tech Officer Nizar Tragui. Coming up.
Hello and welcome, everybody. I would like to start by asking Nizar about his role, title Chief Technology Officer. How must that have changed over the years?
Well, that's difficult questions. I'm a technologist at heart, so technology to me is really the main path to solve humanity issues. So technology historically has been about deep science, trying to solve the issue of sustainability, create new value for customers. But more recently, it has been all about data, ability to make the right decision based on information, collating them, enhancing them so that we can make greater decisions. And now more and more, it's all about AI. Artificial intelligence that is able now to absorb all that data and help you make decisions at the speed of intelligence.
So some people would say, we hear people talking about how AI is going to impact our lives. I suspect you're going to say it's already a core of your industry.
I think AI is here already. AI is already affecting almost everything that we do. It's not as transparent for people. As you know, even any app that gives you direction as you're driving, it's all AI-driven. The stuff that used to be stagnant now have the intelligence built in. And now more and more we have it in our daily life. But equally important, it's actually impacting the business at higher and higher value daily. Mm-hmm. Specifically in logistics, which is the domain I'm in right now. It's actually being deployed at scale because it's the only technology right now that's able to manage all the uncertainty and all the changes that we see happening around us.
So you're saying in a world of uncertainty, it is your certain fulcrum that you can move forward on. Without AI, how would your company be coping in this uncertain climate?
I think, to be honest, it will be very difficult. Because what's happening around us is the uncertainty, the changes, the geopolitical changes, the trade policy that we're seeing changing on a daily basis are very hard to manage. The old way that we used to do it, which is really every time you get one of these disruptions, it has to be you rebuild your system manually, you try to react to these changes manually, and that will be too slow to meet the need of the consumer, the need of the customers that we have. So AI, while it's definitely not eliminating these disruption, it's allowing us to really cushion the response of this disruption, which is somewhat creating stability. And all of it is happening because of the transparency, the visibility now we have for the data, trying to anticipate as much as possible through smart algorithms, but more importantly, leveraging the now what's called agentic capability to really turn insight into actions very rapidly. We're talking minutes and hours rather than days and months that we used to have in the past.
And if you're operating in an uncertain climate, and we're talking not just about tariffs, but presumably what's happening in the Gulf or has been taking place, can you give us an example of how AI has given you a degree of comfort or a degree of certainty, how that works, and your reaction time in minutes rather than days? That wouldn't have been able to happen 5 years ago, would it?
No, definitely not. In reality, what we're seeing right now, so the way uncertainty represents itself, it's actually rules changing in the middle of a shift even. Transportation or goods that now need to be rerouted because of all of these geopolitical issues needs to be rerouted while it's ongoing within 48 hours. Customer coming to us and asking us to maybe double the size of one of their nodes because of a new trade policy. these things historically has been extremely difficult to manage, let alone manage on a regular basis, because this is becoming the norm, not the exceptions. So having the ability to digest all this information and having the ability to turn a powerful tool such as AI to be fully integrated in every process and every decision, business decision that we make, allow us to react fast and allow us to really manage this disruption and enable us to meet the need of the customer and the consumers.
So even if you're being obliged to react very quickly to changing circumstances, is AI allowing your industry, your business, to become more resilient?
By definition. And actually, I am in the contract logistics, so we do this on behalf of brands. And every single brand right now is asking for the same thing. Every single brand, to be honest, are coming to the conclusion that this is the norm. And what they're focusing on is resilience to their logistic. They want to build resilient systems, not necessarily as efficient, because what resilience means in this case is redundancy. So almost every one of our customers is looking for creating multi-node, multi-country network that has maybe digital as the driving force to be able to coordinate with visibility. They want to have technology that allows them to react, and maybe they are outsourcing the complexity to companies such as us that have the ability to invest in creating these AI algorithms and actually deployment at scale. So that's kind of what we're seeing from the marketplace. And we believe our role is to create these tools, the capability on top of the automation that have been deployed for many years now to really continue to deliver on the commitment of the customers.
So the uncertainty is forcing you to react and become more resilient for your customers. Sure. But is there also the possibility that this uncertainty is in some ways obliging you to drive growth as well, just perhaps not as you would have envisaged it?
For sure. Again, this is at the hand of the customers that historically uncertainty stopped company from making decisions. So it was every company requires certainty to make long-term investment. But what we're seeing paradoxically is the opposite. As I mentioned, companies right now are realizing that the cost of fragility of their logistics is actually higher than the cost of a transformation. Therefore, and as they see these things repeating on a regular basis, this is creating urgency in their boardrooms, and decisions are being made for network redesign, a lot of onshoring or reshoring of production and manufacturing, and a lot of reliance, again, investment in automation and technology.
So tech is providing a degree of reassurance in these times.
It is the only thing right now that's given us that reassurance. And again, just because of its ability to manage these disruption in a way that can react quickly to this disruption and enable us to continue to deliver.
Are you concerned at all about the debate about regulation of artificial intelligence at all? Is it something that bothers you in your day-to-day life, or is it all full speed ahead?
I think there is a need for regulation. But personally, I believe that window for regulation to do it right, will be closed very, very quickly. This technology is really growing exponentially. The stuff, I'll give you an example, which is really the foundation of these AI for software writing. 5 months ago, maybe 20% of the companies used to use this capability. Actually, last month, the data is 80%. So we're talking now no longer years in the development cycle, but we're talking weeks and months. Now, I'm a strong believer in ensuring that we do not regulate technology, but regulate its use. I'll give you an example, an AI algorithm that, for example, helps us with a safer packing of a pallet, as an example, to be more efficient, safer to transport, has an implication. The same algorithm may be trying to optimize overtime or maybe second shift or overtime for employees. Probably has a different impact on humanity, has different impact on people's life, and maybe that part should be regulated. So it's really the use that should be regulated, not the technology itself. Because every time you try to regulate technology, you end up really hurting the middle. You're hurting mid-sized company that maybe you make the barrier of entry becomes harder, and they don't have the ability to compete.
Thank you for that. Let's turn to Europe now, and if you can just take a lens to the next 12 months, how competitive do you think Europe will be within a year, and what does it need to do in order to maintain that competitiveness?
I think some of the speakers earlier talked about the same thing. I think the fundamentals for Europe are really excellent. I think it's the speed of execution.
It's slow, you're saying?
It's very slow. So actually the fundamentals are good. So in terms of network infrastructure, I think Europe is second to none. Industry base, Europe has a really advantage in that space. The size now of the European Union and the ability to leverage the geography for a multi-node optimization. All of these are very positive. And then you add to it maybe a corridor for nearshoring in maybe North Africa and places like Turkey. So I think Europe is well situated to take advantage of kind of what's happening around it and turn it into a competitive advantage.
Yeah, go ahead. I was about to ask you, what's holding it back?
No, the headwinds are, I think it's energy, the price of energy. I think maybe 2 to 3 times higher than the US. Maybe labor laws that are a little bit less flexible. And then, in my mind, more importantly, is the deployment of AI. So the deployment of AI is a much slower rate than the US.
Can you give us an example of that? Because JXO has business, obviously, in Europe compared to the US.
So actually, we deploy technology at the request of our customers. So we see a lot more demands in the US than we see in Europe. Now, it's actually part of it. Personally, I think part of it is a little bit cultural. US, I think people are willing to take a little bit more risk than other parts of the world. And maybe also the proximity to all these mega scalers. Mm-hmm. A lot of them are our customers. Really allow you to deploy maybe in North America faster than elsewhere right now.
You know, we've talked about the US tariffs. We've talked about the uncertainty in the Gulf. But when you mentioned there about people in the US being willing to take more of a risk when it comes to trying new things or inventiveness in that way, how much has changed in the US since the tariffs have been imposed elsewhere? I mean, has it affected, from your perspective, anything in a negative way? Or?
In my mind, there is no negative or positive, it's just change.
Okay.
And what we observe is, 3 trends. Number one is really this concept of single sourcing. So every company is moving away from that concept. So again, not going for the most efficient supply chain, but really now building flexibility. So every one of our customers is now going at least to dual sourcing, usually dual country sourcing. Second thing, they're trying to front load or try to find the right time to front load their inventory, which create for them cash flow issues, but also for logistic companies, it's really the peaks and valleys, so it's hard to manage these inventory flows. And last, as I always said, they're asking for deployment of automation and technology to help them manage. But those are the 3 trends that consistently every customer is asking for.
Are you saying in a sense that culturally they are prepared to embrace change more, or even the uncertainty than perhaps
historically? Yeah, to be honest with you, it's part of everybody's realized this is the norm now. It will be very difficult to make the change now, so they're building the robustness, the resilience, the flexibility in their network. And a lot of them are reshoring in North America, either onshoring or nearshoring, manufacturing. So we see maybe investment, 4-time investment in bringing manufacturing to the US. But the issue is now becoming the availability of labor. So it's that dichotomy. Where are you going to find the labor? And this is why, again, another investment loop now more in manufacturing in terms of automation, what we call physical AI, which is really humanoids, and digital AI to try to figure out this very difficult situation that we all find ourselves in.
So if you had €1 billion to invest, why do I have a feeling that you would say you'd invested in AI?
Actually, but to be honest, the combination of physical and digital AI is the future of logistics and the future of manufacturing. So definitely that will be where I will invest it.
Is there any investment you wish you had made to date, bearing in mind that it might have been difficult to foresee where we are in 2026?
I wish I invested in some of the mega scalers earlier on. As you can see, some of the valuation that you see in the market is, it's actually probably a little bit of a hype, to be honest with you, because the value of AI, so there's a lot of investment by a lot of company in AI, but maybe they're not getting the value they expect. But a lot of it is really related to the two things. The quality of the data that the company has been curating for the last several years was done for different reasons. We did it for big data, trying to get insights and all that. Data for AI is very different. This is where the investment in data engineering, data product, etc. now is happening more and more. So that's number one. Second, AI transformation, people are bringing it as like an add-on to their current business, and that does not work. So it's marginal. Capturing value from AI really requires reimagining all the processes through an AI lens. So it has to be the center of what you do is AI, and you have to reimagine every business process, every business decision now has to be centered around AI. And that's the transformation that, as a company, GXO, that's what we've been doing over the last several months. And that transition from AI is a secondary thing that we use, gives you very little benefit. When it becomes everything you do is AI first, it really transforms a company.
Presumably because logistics is the lifeblood of your company.
It's what we do, and the capability to extract efficiency from our teammate, make better decision, respond faster to our customer, is really, that's what allowing us to do that, and in a time frame that we will never be able to achieve if we did not adopt this technology.
Let me ask you two questions, one short term and one somewhat longer term. Is there anything you're underestimating in this current cycle now? Anything that is striking you that maybe you've missed, or that there is on the horizon that you might, for justifiable reasons, not have anticipated?
I think it's probably the speed of physical AI. So we all thought it's coming, and I'm a strong believer in technologies now is moving at an exponential rate. And as a human, we cannot think exponentially. We always think linear. So exponentially means everything that happened, the transformation that happened in the last 50 years will happen in the next 2 years. It's very hard for us to fathom that level of change, but unfortunately, that's what's happening around us. So if you ask me even 6 months ago, where do I think humanoids will be, I would say maybe 5 years from now. Now I think it's more like 18 months. And us as a company, we're making investment because we believe that these things are especially the no-code, new algorithm being built and self-taught humanoids are really making impressive progression, and we believe we're going to have more of them. next to our employees, doing regular work in our facilities.
Well, you've answered my second question by talking about the next 18 months or so. Let me ask you, put something to you finally. Although this has been very challenging times over the last 18 months, 2 years or so, you do seem like somebody who enjoys a challenge. If you don't see anything that's happened recently as negative, it does seem that it's a challenge of logistics for you. Are you optimistic?
Oh, very much. And maybe that's how I'm built, and this is why I spent my entire career in technology. Now, I'm a strong believer that technology, of course, is a dual-edged sword, but it can be used to solve humanity issues. It's always if it's used properly, of course, it can be the agent to create value, again, hopefully for society, number one, shareholder, employees, in that order, if we manage it correctly. Of course, any technology have a dual usage, and we just need to ensure that our legislators do their part and ensure that these technologies are used in the proper way.
All right. Thank you so much, Nizar Trigu. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much.
The Chief Technology Officer. I promoted you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fionnuala. Thank you, Nizar. We're back with an editorial session now, hosted by the Reuters newsroom. One of the world's most iconic diamond companies is reinventing itself. I'll let our next host take it from here. Clara Danina is Reuters mining correspondent for the EMEA region. She will be in conversation with De Beers Group CEO Al Cook. Come on out when you're ready, both of you.
Morning, everyone. Morning and welcome. Al Cook, CEO of the world's biggest diamonds company for over 3 years now.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, almost 4.
What a ride.
It has been.
Traveling around the world, meeting stakeholders everywhere. Even Taylor Swift, who wore 30 carats of your diamonds at the Golden Globes. Her engagement ring was a De Beers one. I mean, that must have felt like a marketing dream, but the reality is right? So let me start there. If not even the world's biggest pop star can lead the diamond market, what will?
So I think Taylor Swift does have huge influence over the world, and it's wonderful. If you look at the engagement ring that Taylor has chosen, it's a natural diamond, but more interestingly than that, it's not your traditional white diamond that has been so favoured. It's a large off-white diamond, a kind of champagne colour, in a very old-fashioned cut called an old mine cut. So it's all about individuality. So I think, actually, if we look at what Taylor Swift has chosen as her engagement ring, it tells us a lot about Gen Z and their desire for individuality. But you're right, Clara. We're living in a really turbulent world at the moment, and the diamond industry is no exception to that. To answer your question, I think we have to ask our question, why do people love wearing natural diamonds? If I look around London, if I look around this conference, why do people choose to wear a diamond? And I think it starts with beauty. People love to wear something beautiful. They love to own something beautiful. But a flower's beautiful. So what is it more than a flower? So I think there's something around its hardness, its endurance. I think it's incredible. I'm wearing a diamond here today. This diamond's more than 1 billion years old. I don't know about you. I can't even comprehend 1 billion years. So there's something about durability. It's going to last over time. But then there's a final factor, which is about rarity. It's about having something special, something truly rare. If you took all the polished diamonds in the world, you could fit every single one that's ever been brought out of the ground in a London bus. Again, a mind-boggling analogy. But that shows how rare things are. Now, we have seen in natural diamonds our version of AI, which is synthetic lab-grown diamonds coming in. And that's really challenged our industry. It's cannibalized a certain amount of it. So
and how is it going now? How is it? How is demand going now? You mentioned Gen Z. It sounds like they are buying bigger diamonds compared to baby boomers, right? But are they still doing that? Is demand picking up? Are you seeing any pocket of that?
So in the last year, we've seen demand pick up. But that's the first time in a few years. So if you look at the last 5 years as a whole, demand has come down. And what we've seen, a little bit like AI in so many industries, AI in music, AI in art, AI in news, we've seen synthetic diamonds come in and take a proportion of the market, particularly the lower cost diamonds, people who want to buy an engagement ring but don't want to spend too much money. We've seen a lot of that market cannibalized, and we've seen the overall diamond market come down 3 years in a row, 2023, 2024, 2020, beginning of 25, and now beginning for the first time in 3 or 4 years to pick up. But it's been a challenging few years.
And so, is there any evidence of that demand staying in the first few months of 2026? I mean, despite the impact of, obviously, the energy crisis, war on Iran on consumer spend?
It's a good question. So what we're seeing is what we call a K-shaped recovery. So particularly larger, higher quality diamonds are going up in price and they're going up in demand. But the bottom part of the K, lower quality, smaller diamonds, we're still seeing the price for them maintain at quite a low level. And of course, when you bring diamonds out of the ground, you can't just choose to bring the Cullinan diamond out of the ground. We bring the vast majority of the diamonds we bring out of the ground are smaller diamonds. So for us, what we want to be seeing over the next few months and years is that top part of the K grow and the bottom part of the K get pulled up. That's our challenge at the moment.
And is that in China as well, that you're seeing that same K-shaped demand?
It's a global thing, particularly in the United States. We're seeing it because the United States represents about half of our market. More than half of the diamonds in the world are sold in the United States. In China, we've seen a couple of really interesting things happen. Certainly at the high end, we see globally demand for beautiful, large diamonds. China's actually been affected by a plummeting marriage rate. So we've seen the number of marriages in China go down by about 50%. Over the course of the last decade. So China's got its own challenges. Over the last year or so, we've seen China bottom out and market demand begin to pick up. But China's had its own big challenges around marriages, which are frankly bigger than the diamond industry.
And will you keep cutting supply then?
So we say that we supply responsibly into the market. Because we've seen 3 years of falls in demand before the recent pickup, we are seeing the effects of that on supply. So in Canada, there are 3 big diamond mines. Likely those will all close, quite possibly by the end of 2027. So that'll be the end of Canada producing diamonds. We saw a diamond mine in Lesotho closed recently. We saw a diamond mine in South Africa close. So we are seeing a contraction in supply. But if you look back at the history of diamonds, India was the first country to really recover diamonds, and then Brazil, and then Australia. None of those countries have any diamonds left. So overall, we expect to see a contraction in supply. Diamonds will become rarer. We've only made the whole industry's only made one commercial diamond discovery in the 21st century. So overall, we expect to see demand contract over time and diamonds will become rarer.
And so one other thing that has kept you busy is obviously the sale of De Beers by your parent company, Anglo American. That's been announced in May 2024. I mean, when is that going to happen?
So I'm hopeful that it'll happen in weeks rather than months going forward. It's been a 2-year period. There's been a lot of negotiations. They're now maturing. We've never been closer than we are to a sale. I think what's good for us is we've had countries that really understand diamonds, Botswana, Namibia, Angola, talk about wanting to take equity stakes in De Beers. We've had consortia and companies that know a lot about diamonds wanting to take stakes. So we've got, I think, all the ingredients for a really powerful private-public partnership. But as with all deals, we need to get it over the line.
And what kind of owner does this business actually need to thrive? And would you have run De Beers differently if it wasn't in the portfolio of a mining company?
It's a really interesting question, Clara. So if you look back at when De Beers really grew most strongly, second half of the 20th century, and what I think the Oppenheimers who owned De Beers really understood is you need to create desire before you bring diamonds out of the ground. And it's that extraordinary combination of amazing marketing in the United States. A diamond is forever. Shirley Bassey singing songs. Marilyn Monroe talking about diamonds being a girl best friend. That really created this incredible desire for diamonds. And then we recovered diamonds out of Africa to meet that. And that's very different from mining. So we don't go out there to create copper demand. We don't go out there to create iron demand in the same way. So I think that I'm very confident the next owner of De Beers will be a very nice combination of people who understand the importance of desire as well as the importance of supply. And getting that balance right are the two things that need to be balanced to make De Beers successful.
And would you have run it differently so far?
I think we're doing all the right things. So we've really relaunched marketing. For a period of about 15 years, you didn't see a diamond is forever, the kind of stuff that I grew up watching on television, the iconic music, the Shadows campaign. We didn't see that. So over the last 2 years, we've brought back diamond marketing. And in the United States and around the world, we're talking about a diamond is forever, of course in a very different way. So it's all on social media now. It's not in the newspapers. It's not in magazines. So that part is probably the most powerful change we've reintroduced as we kind of bring back the ingredients of what made diamonds so loved in the second half of the 20th century.
One thing we haven't touched on is US tariffs on diamonds. There has been, movement there from 50% to 25%, then talk of elimination. I don't know whether you have any update on that, but in general, how hard is it to kind of navigate through this tariff dance when you've got to run a business?
So imagine a diamond. It's brought out of the ground in Africa. It's traded in the Middle East. It's cut and polished in India, and then the majority of diamonds are sold in the United States. So it's the ultimate journey of a product. And tariffs hit us very hard. They hit us because 90% of the world's diamonds are cut and polished in India, and the United States put a 50% tariff on India. That's really challenging. We saw, even when we saw the first 10% tariffs coming through, overnight we saw the price of polished diamonds in the United States go up by 8%. So 10% tariff, 8% on our consumer prices. And I think over time, Clara, what the US government has realized is because the United States has no commercial diamond deposits, a tariff on diamonds doesn't create any jobs. And I was in Washington 2 weeks ago. I met with Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Jameson Greer, and they have a good understanding, I would say, that tariffs on diamonds only really manifest themselves in a tax on newlyweds in America. So I'm confident going forward that we'll see a much more nuanced approach, and I'm frankly confident that we won't see major tariffs on diamonds going forward. I think, to quote my colleague from Signet, America's largest jeweler, there shouldn't be a tax on love.
I'm not sure we have any question from the audience, but otherwise I'll carry on. Yes, but on the tariffs, though, hasn't damage been done already? Permanent damage, would you say?
I don't think there's been permanent damage, but I think the turbulence that we're all going through in every industry has been challenging. I think probably every person in this room would like a little bit of stability going forward, a little bit less of that moment when you look at Reuters in the morning and get surprised. But I think we would benefit from that. Our focus in De Beers is ensuring that our company comes through this downturn we've seen in a stronger shape. I'm confident we will. We've cut our overheads by $100 million. That's by 25%. We'll double down on that going forward. We'll need to make sure that we are the most efficient company we can be going into the future as we go into new ownership. But overall, I'm broadly optimistic. I think we should expect turbulence, but we've shown we can navigate through it.
And could De Beers create a secondary market for diamonds, something like Vinted, for example? Or would that be exposing you to issues of transparency and scarcity, the sense of scarcity and relevance?
It's a really interesting question. One of the characteristics of a diamond is it endures for 1 billion years. So it's the ultimate heirloom, something you can pass down. And what we see in the United States is desire for diamonds that are new. People want to mark the most important moments of their life with something that's new. But we also see people loving to inherit diamond jewelry. So I think what we're seeing is quite a nice combination, that people are very proud to inherit their grandmother's engagement ring, but they also want something new and something special to themselves. So far, we don't plan to go into pre-loved or recycled, but we are joyous that people can love a diamond from their grandmother, their great-grandmother, that looks as pristine and as beautiful as the day that she first wore it.
Look, I asked Claude, not a friend, obviously AI, what industries diamonds should learn from to rebuild the cultural relevance. And he said, whiskey, sneakers, I can see some sneakers in the audience, so that must be true, and avocados. No avocados. Is AI right there?
Should we learn from whiskey, sneakers, and avocados? I think the whole world is learning from the AI revolution. So whether you're in diamonds with synthetic lab-grown diamonds, whether you're in music where ubiquitous AI-generated music can keep you entertained for hours, whether you go on X and half the videos there are AI-generated, whether you're talking about the effect of AI on news. That's the challenge that we grapple with, and that's what we've got to learn together. I think there's a human desire for authenticity. In an age of ubiquity, desire looks to authenticity and it looks to trust. And whether that's the brand of Reuters or whether that is the trust that I'm getting a diamond that is truly a product of the earth, created over billions of years, not something ubiquitous made in its millions in Chinese factories, I think that is going to be very important going forward. So we're all on this adventure with synthetic challenges, with AI challenges. But I think we're beginning to see that trust, authenticity, rarity, something that's natural, something that comes with an assurance of its permanence, that's going to be very, very important. And that's what we can learn from.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. I'll cook.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Clara. Thank you, Al. There shouldn't be a tax on love. And with that, we're going to take a break. There are refreshments outside in the networking area. There's a headshot lounge as well if you want to refresh the LinkedIn photo. If you want to participate in the finance and AI mixer, head to the engagement stage. This room, by the way, will be closed during the break for some technical checks. For everyone watching on the live stream, we'll be back at 11:20 UK time, so that's about 25 minutes from now. We will see you then. Thanks. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you're all sufficiently refreshed. Quick programming note. G7's running, President Zelensky running a little bit late, about 15 minutes late. So after this next session, we're probably going to have the Reuters editors briefing, and then we will go to France and the G7 meeting and the president. But of course, this is a moving feast, so we will keep you up to date as we go. Sustainable futures also top of mind for the folks holding the purse strings. This next session is entitled Financing the Energy Transition in Aging Economies, to discuss how capital will be allocated, how risk will be shared. Please welcome Reuters correspondent Jorg Barcelli, who will introduce her panelists for this session. Thanks very much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. We're here to talk about how the energy transition might be financed, given all the budgetary pressures we're facing in Europe, especially an aging population. I'm Jorg Barcelli, and I cover markets for Reuters here in London. And a big part of my job over the last couple of years has been charting the pressures facing the public finances. I'm really excited to delve into this topic. I'm joined by two voices who provide the kind of capital Europe needs to get the job done. Alison Martin, CEO of Life, Health and Bank Distribution at Zurich Insurance Group, and Benoit Pellual, Chief Investment Officer at Natixis Wealth Management. Let's start with you, Alison. The Iran war has really shown just how energy dependent Europe is and how the fossil fuel dependency is a big challenge here and a handicap to competitiveness. Do you think the shock will jolt Europe to up its game in the transition?
Great question. Is it going to be enough? I think in every crisis we ask the same question. Is it enough for Europe to actually take action? I think the Draghi report a couple of years ago and the kind of 800 billion identification of this is how much more Europe needs to spend in order to actually be competitive, you would have thought that might have been enough. There have been some good initiatives coming out of that. Yeah. The question is whether Europe can execute on it sufficiently. I mean, we can maybe go into a little bit around the savings and investment union. And sorry, I'm conscious I'm weaving in and out of Mike, but we'll get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you think, Benoit? Are you seeing enough will to step up the game here? You know, on the one hand, we've been talking about the importance of the transition, but we've also seen a bit of support for fossil fuel consumption during this crisis. Is there enough will here?
Yeah, it's a one more transition we have to do. We have so much transition to build in Europe. So this is one of the that had to the older transition. We have the technology transition as well, the demographic issues that put our growth far too sluggish. So the kind of energy transition and the problematic of the fossil fuels is one that had to the other one. So that the task is pretty hard for both government and private investors.
Yeah. Well, let's stay with that challenge a bit. I mean, you just touched upon it. We've got a rapidly aging population, which will actually start shrinking at the end of the decade. That will affect growth, and that will require a lot of spending. We also need to step up defense, not even going into the technology. issue here. And we're also behind on what we need to do for the energy transition. Do you think the energy transition's at risk?
It could be. I think there is no trade-off between all of these spendings. It will be a very bad idea to put the brakes on our energy transition because, it's very different. We have current spendings because of demographics, but spendings for the energy transition, it's not current spending, it's investment. And that's definitely what we need in Europe because the main problem in Europe is not the sustainability of those current spendings. The problem is the lack of potential growth. So that's why it's really important to continue to invest in our energy transition because it will provide some productivity gain, especially important in a very sluggish demographics environment. And when you have better growth prospects, when you are able to improve your potential growth, it makes far more easier to make your current spending more sustainable. So it's very important for your current fiscal credibility. So that's why we have to keep up. It doesn't have to be an excuse to put the brakes on the energy transition.
And I strongly argue it can't be. I mean, if you think, I work for an insurance company, one of the largest in the world, and we see the costs every day. I'll try this. So working for an insurance company, we see the costs every day of failure to invest in the transition and also failure to invest in adaptation. I mean, in Europe alone, the last 5 years, $200 billion of economic losses as a result of climate-related events, and that's only going to increase. Europe only needs to invest in about 70 billion of adaptation spending, and that's in the context of the 800 billion that Europe needs, in order to actually provide the resilience that the societies actually need. Now, adding on to what Benoit was saying on long-term spending, and is it a choice between investing in the transition and actually having to pay for aging populations? Of course it's not. We have to do both. If you think about Europe, Europe has a savings glut, one could argue. I mean, we have 10 trillion sat in bank accounts, in deposits, which aren't really earning very much at all. Now, if you imagine just a very small proportion of that being moved into actually useful, productive, long-term investment, exactly as Benoit was saying, that could certainly play a big role in solving for the future.
Well, that's a really interesting point, and we're seeing the EU come up with a rebranded initiative, the Savings and Investment Union, to try to tackle that. We've heard this before. We've gone through the Capital Markets Union experience. I mean, Benoit, do you think anything's really different this time?
I hope so, because it's one of the major issues, because we do not have a real unified capital market, and that's really important because, in Europe, we sit on 35 trillion euros of private savings, which is far enough to make all of those transitions. The problem is a problem of risk-taking. We have to build enough confidence and stability to make that private savings don't stay on very low risky assets and go and finance all of those transitions. And one part of the problem is that we have to build more integration within Europe. And the unified capital markets are really important. So this is important for private investors, but it's also important for companies. If you look at the unicorn companies of more than 1 billion, there is more than 50% of unicorn companies that are in the US, because it's far more easier to raise capital. You have access on a gigantic unified market. In Europe, it's less than 10%, which is absolutely not acceptable because of the weight of Europe in the world. So this is absolutely key to build that kind of unified financial market, both for private investors, but as well for companies themselves.
Yeah. I think we all know what needs to be done, but wondering, Alison, from the sounds we're getting out of policymakers, whether the EU or national governments, I mean, do you think it's different this time? Are they going to really step up to this challenge in the way Benoit just described?
I have to confess, I'm an optimist. So, do I think there's a real difference? Yeah, if I look at the conversations that are being had in Europe, and it is far more about where we can deregulate rather than add yet more regulation, how can we simplify the Ombuds Agreement, etc. I think these are all steps in the right direction. Conversations we've had around the savings and investment accounts as part of the Capital Markets Union, I think are very positive in the direction of, look, this is real. I think the The Irish presidency, I think, has a real opportunity now to progress that even further. The thing that we would really kind of push for, though, is that if you think what will incentivize European citizens, it builds a little bit on your point, to actually take their money out of deposits and put it into kind of long-term investments, which are going to help support our capital markets, then it's going to need to be very simple. We need to think about tax incentives. We need to think about actually what's the advice that may or may not be necessary depending on different customers as part of that, and making sure there's level playing fields across different types of industry so that all industries, whether it's insurance, asset management, banking, everyone is motivated to be trying to push this as hard as possible and get this money to work.
And what's the one thing that's making you more optimistic this time than in the past?
I think there's definitely more political momentum behind it, and I think Europe very much recognises the competitiveness challenge that it faces. If you think of how China is doing, let's talk about kind of transition and industrial competitiveness, and China with the long-term plan has clearly demonstrated that a bit of long-term thinking is highly valued if you want to think about the industries that are going to be successful in the future. I think Europe has learnt its lesson. Now, is that glass half full optimism versus based in reality? The proof will be in the pudding. I think the next 6 months are going to really show us whether Europe will be stepping up on the savings investment accounts.
I think there is a kind of awakening in Europe because there is, especially in front of the US, because in the US, to build this transition, it relies more on market incentives, and on the opposite in Europe is mostly enforcing the regulatory framework, which is usually perceived as a constraint. And now it's a bit changing, and there is a political momentum in Europe, especially in front of the US, because what is new in the US is that states is intervening far more in the economy, directly in the management of company, which provides more uncertainty in relative terms in the US rather than in Europe. And in Europe, there is a kind of awakening about that enforcing too much the regulatory framework could be perceived as too much constraint, and that's not the role of state. State has to build the most favorable framework and leave the risk-taking to the private sector. And I think it goes on this way, and the political momentum will probably help us for achieve that.
Maybe can I just? I don't think we can put it all on politicians either. Let's face it. I think the responsibility actually sits on business leaders. It sits on us as actually kind of participants in the financial marketplace who can actually design products and have them be great value for money for customers, and then we can actually encourage more of this money to enter into the capital markets. But also remember, we're employers as well. So how are we using that tool to help improve financial literacy of our workforce? How are we thinking about occupational pensions? Europe has obviously also been pushing auto-enrollment of pension plans. So let's not forget that as employers, we also can play a really important role in helping our employees to understand the importance of putting their money to work as investments rather than just deposit savings.
Well, as the wealth manager, Benoit, when you talk to your clients, how much will are you seeing there to finance the transition? How do they think about that versus other competing objectives, whether that's delivering returns or other investment priorities?
You know, the main issue is confidence. Once again, it's really, when I discuss with some French investors, especially as I'm French, it's really difficult to invest in the long term when you don't even know the fiscal framework for the next year. So it's really important to build confidence between governments and private investors. But when we discuss with our private investors, we explain them that spending the energy transition, it's not philanthropy, it's not a feel-good investment. It's an exposure to significant technology shift, to major innovations, research, development, and that provides over the long term very high quality return for their asset allocation. So that's a very important point. It's not only doing something good for the planet. It's also a win-win situation, which is good for your savings. So that's the first point. And the second point I would mention on this. It's really important to prepare your wealth today for the future generations. You know, studies explain us that wealth tends to disappear through times. Especially, we estimate that 80% of wealth in wealthy families has disappeared at the third generation. And the main reason behind that is not the fiscal, the tax issue or bad decision in terms of asset allocation. It's mainly because of poor family governance. And when you build your asset allocation about the long run, you have to take this into account, prepare your wealth for the future generation that are more sensible to these thematics. So it's good for your asset allocation because where you invest, but it's also good to prepare for the natural disappearance of your wealth through time.
Alison, you mentioned the importance of business leaders really going on board with this. Now, we're talking about how important it is to invest in the transition, but obviously the investments have been insufficient so far. There's a shortfall in insurance underwriting for the sector as well. The fossil fuel phase-out has been slower than it needs to be to comply with the Paris Agreement. As such a big name in the sector, what's been standing in Zurich's way so far?
I could be very glib and say reality. I think what's the role of insurers? Well, we play multiple roles. If you think of it, we're long-term capital. We put about 6% of our investments goes into climate transition-related financing, usually private equity, private debt. But the reality is the bulk of our role is as an underwriter. Because new technologies, a lot of the technologies in the renewable space, they require risk management in order to make sure that other financing can actually happen. So they need to be de-risked. A simple example, I mean, wind turbines. You know, there's more than 1,500 different types of wind turbines. Some are better than others. So the role of the insurance industry is really to help de-risk investments. Now, we also then play, and that allows for innovation. I mean, that's what actually is going to kind of, to the point you were making, I mean, this is long-term innovation, this is R&D, and this is where money is really going to deliver better returns. And then if you think about the third role that we have, it's about resilience to today's adaptation that we have to do because of the physical risk of climate change that we pay for. That's our business model, is to pay for it. So I'm not complaining about paying for it. I'm simply saying this is a reality that we see where insufficient investment is going. Now, you say, why is this taking so long? What's the money has got to be consistent with the financial returns. So we have to be able to deploy investment, and it's not the insurance company's investment that's being deployed, it's the real economies. And we insure the real economy, we don't determine what the real economy does. And I think as the real economy decides where they're able to get those better returns, and I would strongly argue that looking at China, as I said before, would demonstrate that transition investments is where better returns is, but the real economy in Europe has to see that that's where the money is.
You mentioned the importance of de-risking. I think one of the key issues here is that I think about a third of the technology we need to deliver the transition doesn't even exist yet. This is all very risky. What needs to happen to de-risk these investments so that we can pick up pace in the way we need to? For example, as an insurer, what do you need to see change to make that easier?
Well, it's going to sound a little self-serving, but I'd say involving risk engineers and people who are deep experts in risk management early on. I mean, many of the organizations that we work with, I mean, they have fabulous risk management teams themselves. This is what they do for a living, particularly the kind of the engineering skills that we're going to need. But involving the insurance industry with our vast data sets and claims experience that we have, that allows us to try and help understand how can we try and take some of that risk out. It's involving it within the university system. Let's look at where kind of fantastic R&D comes from. It comes from the universities. So it's in great education so that people have confidence that they should be trying new things. They should be taking risks. That's what we need to encourage people to do.
I think it's definitely a key question, the risk aversion we have in Europe. Once again, I don't think that people in Europe are more risk averse than everywhere else. The reason is that we have a lack of confidence and I think predictability on what we do and a lack of long-term potential growth. That's are the key prospect. So we really need to improve the framework to enhance risk taking by private investors. That's the most important.
What do you mean by that? What needs to change in the framework?
We need to make the regulatory framework probably a bit more flexible. It's really important to fix some reasonable targets as well, because when you always change the targets, you lack of visibility. That's precisely what people need. It's really difficult to invest in this world, which is very uncertain. You have lots of uncertainty everywhere. So I think that stability and predictability deserve a significant premium when you build asset allocation for the long run. So that's really important to act on long-term potential growth and stability perceived for the investors.
Can I just pick up on the risk aversion point? I'm going to slightly disagree with you. I think Europeans, I think we are a little bit more risk averse than our American kind of counterparts. And I think that's in part because we have such fabulous social security systems. I mean, those are not bad, they're great. However, there's a conversation that has to happen around the ability of those security systems to actually continue to finance into the future. I mean, I think you were saying in your opening remarks. The additional cost that funding for pensions and old age healthcare is going to be, it's going to be 1.5 to 3 percentage points of GDP. I mean, that's not an insignificant amount of money, and that's going to result in old age kind of replacement rate, so how much people actually can get in retirement compared to what they earn today, that's going to be materially reduced. So we'll be going from the 70% of today to less than 50. So this is something that it's an honesty conversation, it's a transparency conversation that needs to happen that I think will help then tilt the risk aversion nature into we are going to have to encourage, through transparency, the citizens of Europe to take more risk, because they'll have to.
Benoit made an interesting point that we need more realistic targets. I think critics might say, does that mean targets weaken a bit? And we're seeing greenlash affecting policymaking everywhere. We've seen the impact of that on investing. Some net zero alliances have disbanded in recent years. There's an insurance one that Zurich left as well. Just wondering, when you think back to that episode, would the progress towards the transition have been different had those alliances remained in place?
No, because as I said previously, I mean, the progress to transition isn't about a group of insurers being together trying to think about how do we account for transition in an insurance context. I mean, that's not how you drive a transition. It's the real economy and how governments choose to prioritize investments in the real economy that drives it, not an insurance working group.
And you were talking earlier about the challenges of the trade-offs we're facing. Do you see enough understanding of those trade-offs among policymakers to deliver this transition?
No, I think they do not see the important role of confidence. That's why it's so difficult. That's why it's a major challenge, because building confidence is a question of time. It's really difficult for politics to build some confidence. But that's not the only question, and that's where, as asset manager, asset allocators, you have a role to play in that. It's also a question of capital allocation. You know, there is also, when you have that kind of environment with a partnership between governments and private investors, usually that's where you see some asset bubbles, which is currently one of the questions for the market scenario. And that's probably where we could be useful by enforcing the best practice in terms of asset allocation and help our clients to avoid precisely that kind of spillover effects or negative externalities.
We've actually got an audience question that fits in really well here. There's the key challenge ultimately, right? Investors want to make returns, and there's a goal here where you mentioned might be high return, but it's quite risky in the near term. It's dependent on a lot of investments that we don't quite know how they play out yet. When they're focused on returns, how do you really break out of that conundrum and get them on board?
That's why we have to enforce the capital discipline with our clients. When we build an asset allocation, we really have to focus on the very long term. That's the best way for clients to focus and to be able to take a bit more risk in their asset allocation. And that's the role of the private investor, not the governments, that has to enhance the current framework. But the future, the risk of the future has to be taken by private investors. And in the case of the energy transition, it's particularly relevant because we know that over the long run, it can provide a high-quality return for your portfolio, for your asset allocation. Mainly, you invest in growth companies with high quality return and significant visibility because it's a major transition. That's typically the kind of technology shift that we want to catch in an asset allocation.
What do you think there, Alison?
It's hard to disagree with what Benoit said. I think having a strong kind of balanced portfolio, I think a key point I pick up in is the long-term nature. There was a study I think BlackRock did that 2/3 of citizens don't believe they're saving enough for retirement. And actually, if you think, okay, this is long-term money. So these things feel like they are coming together. Exactly as you say, I mean, this is where we're going to get outsized potential for returns.
We've been talking a lot about the regulatory framework here. One thing the EU has done is it's lowered capital requirements for insurers to enable more investment in longer-term projects. Obviously, the transition is key there. Do you think that will be a game changer going forward?
Game changer? No. Is it part of an overall policy set of pieces? Yes. I think one thing I say, we are long-term investors, and I think it's important when we think about the capital requirements of insurers that these are risk-based, that the capital requirements of insurers should not be a policy tool of government to try and encourage investment in certain industries or not others. So I think the Solvency II changes are kind of changing the risk profile. Some are increasing, some are reducing. I encourage this on a risk basis. But, I mean, game-changing, no. Part of an important set of tools, absolutely.
That's all the time we've got. Thank you very much for joining me today and exploring this fascinating topic.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to Alison, Benoit, and Jörg. Look, we're going to start the Reuters editors briefing now as we wait for President Zelensky to join us from the G7 in France. Do bear with us. What we'll probably do is break into this session when he's ready and then continue it afterwards. It'll be a great opportunity, actually, for our correspondents to comment on what the president has said. We've been covering this war in Ukraine, of course, from day one. We're going to hear from 3 correspondents. The session's going to be moderated by Reuters Europe editor Rachel Armstrong, who will introduce the correspondents in just a moment. Just before she does, we would like to show you a brief video highlighting our coverage of the conflict. And just a warning here, there are some quite dramatic and distressing scenes in this video, but let's play that now.
No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble. I know.
President Zelensky wrote a letter to President Putin. He wants the two of them to meet.
I'm glad that they're maybe talking about meeting. I think we had a lot to do with it. I know exactly what you're doing.
Russia is not at all prepared to have any serious negotiations right now.
All right. Why doesn't Rachel and the correspondents come on out now? All right. Rachel, I'm going to leave this to you.
There's an actual agreement like things happening unexpectedly and in a different order. So thank you for bearing with us. Now, I just wanted to mention, you just saw a video which features some of the amazing work that our teams in Russia and Ukraine do. It did also end, I think, with a picture of Ryan Evans, who was our security advisor, who was tragically killed in Kramatorsk when a Russian missile hit a hotel where our team was staying. So I just wanted to make mention of him and remember him, and it is testament to the incredibly vital but dangerous work that our teams there do day in, day out. I think that video was also a good reflection of where we are. There is currently an awful lot of talk about talking without a lot of substantive developments going on. But while those words are being spoken, we're perhaps seeing some of the most intense aerial bombardment going on of Ukraine, but also some pretty extraordinary drones and missiles being fired the other way from Ukraine into Russia. So I'm joined by three of our correspondents who have not just been chronicling this war day in, day out, but also, particularly in Guy and Tom's case, been living through it for much of the past 4 years. So they can give us their take on where it's going, but also a bit more of a feel for what it's like to live through these events. So, Guy, I'm going to begin with you. Guy has travelled back from Moscow to be with us here. You know, you're based there. You were recently in St. Petersburg for the Economic Forum, which began with drones from Ukraine kind of coming over the city. How has the mood changed on the streets in Russia over the past 4 years?
So I think, I mean, the first thing I'd say is that with anything to do with Russia, and indeed with any country, you have to have a great deal of intellectual humility. The history of criminology is not a particularly effective history in any sense or form. People misinterpreted the revolution in 1917. They got Stalin afterwards, and they misinterpreted the fall of the Soviet Union as well. So there's a caveat to anything that I say. I mean, we simply don't know, but I think the mood has changed in Russia, and I think probably that's to do with the anniversary of what the Russians call the Great Patriotic War, which is World War II. Essentially, they've been fighting for longer than the Russians or the Soviets fought in World War II, and I think that has brought a questioning, even in a very controlled society, about the success or not of what they call the special military operation, the war. And clearly the impact of that war on the wealth of Russia and the wealth of people. And I think broadly there are two groups now. It's more complicated, but you can divide them into two groups. There's those who want to continue the war and those who want peace. So it's war and peace. And I think within those groups there are many different people who have different attempts to influence Putin in a certain way. And so that's why we're seeing some, at times, what look strange announcements from Moscow. So I'll probably stop there.
Okay, thank you. What you and your team have also been writing about quite a lot recently is kind of the communication crackdown we've seen in Russia. How has that been manifesting itself?
I mean, it's really absolutely astounding. I mean, I have 2 or 3 phones. I have to put VPNs on all of them. The internet isn't working. And in the modern age, it's very difficult to communicate with a big team and with you in London, and when your internet isn't working or you're having to put a different VPN every day. My children are getting really good at installing VPNs on an hourly basis. More broadly, I think what they've done, the significance of the crackdown on the internet, I think, to me, is were they planning something greater? So is this a sign that they are girding themselves for war? And then what is the impact of that on the population? And certainly for a city like Moscow, which is, I would say, more probably digital than London, certainly, how upset, I'll put it that way, are people getting with having to do all of that? And I think the answer is people are getting very tired of it. I mean, WhatsApp wasn't working, Telegram wasn't working, Signal definitely wasn't working, almost nothing was working. There's also an impact on spending, right? So, you know, if you're using your telephone to pay for any goods or services, or you're trying to order a taxi. So I think that did have an impact. And the way it was implemented as well, I think, gives a sense of the chaos which is always present in Russia. But I think in a war, it's also interesting the way that it was sort of implemented, then stopped, then slowed, then implemented again. So you do see that there are different currents at play within Russia.
That gives the Russian government even more kind of control over the narrative. But obviously, as I mentioned, there's Russian drones, there's Ukrainian drones and missiles coming to Russian cities at the moment. What's the kind of news that people in Russia see about the war? How do they get told about it, learn about it?
Well, it's a very effective, essentially very controlled atmosphere in Russia. Information is controlled with a great deal of sophistication. But also they just put blanket blocks on things, so they've told people to stop reporting about drone strikes. I think in that situation there is a potential problem for them, though, is that when you stop people reporting about something, obviously something has to fill that space. And there are a lot of rumors about an incredible amount of drones flying each night to Moscow. I mean, my daughter was flying into Moscow the other day and saw one from her window of the plane. So I don't know if it was a Russian one or a Ukrainian one, but it does give a sense of just how many drones are flying each night. And of course, they're flying to Ukraine, they're flying from Ukraine. But it is difficult, I think, in that sort of space to explain to people essentially why is the war coming to Moscow finally. And Russia has been, the Kremlin has been exceedingly successful over the first 2 to 3, 4 years of insulating Moscow, this city of 22 million people, from the war. And now I think the war is starting to impinge on their lives more than before. That being said, it's nothing like the way the war is impinging on people in Kiev, but it is impinging on their lives. What impact that has, I think, is also interesting, whether that means that they're more anti-war or they just think, right, we need to be more pro-war and get this thing finished.
Okay, thank you. Tom, you were our chief correspondent in Ukraine for much of the first 4 years of the war. Initially, you and other members of our team would be reporting from near the front line and other outlets. We see a lot less of that now. We see very little of the front line in Ukraine. Why is that?
Well, I think in a word, the answer is drones. Essentially, sorry.
That's fine. Carry on.
The nature of warfare has changed dramatically since the February 22 invasion. Essentially, at the beginning, there was very little use of little mass use of drones, but I mean both sides are using them now on an industrial scale, and that essentially allows both sides to be able to monitor the other side of the front with a great deal of accuracy, and also to hit and target anything that they see moving over on the other side with a great deal of precision. And that has essentially meant that the dangerous area has expanded. I think now, if in the beginning we could get within a couple of miles of the front, visit artillery positions and other positions like that, we essentially can't get anywhere close anymore because the front line has become what is essentially known as a kill zone that sprawls for about 15 to 20 kilometers on either side. So you have, this kill zone, which is essentially 40 kilometers wide, where anything above ground is, at serious risk of being hit by a drone. And so essentially in those kind of conditions, we can't really get close. And just additionally, I mean, obviously the roads coming into places like the Donbass in the east, obviously these are also targeted regularly by the Russian side. You can see that they're just strewn with the carcasses of burned out vehicles. So, all of these factors just make it very difficult to get close.
Yeah, no, incredibly difficult for us to get near. When we report about the battlefield, but also, as I mentioned, the kind of aerial strikes happening, in Western Europe at least, the narrative seems to be that, Ukraine is perhaps regaining a bit of an advantage in this war. But do you think as much has actually changed over the past year?
Well, I think we need to split it into several different parts. So I think essentially on the battlefield, I think clearly the Ukrainians have stabilized things in recent months, having basically been losing ground steadily since 2023. I think that the Ukrainians, I think it's fair to say, they're in the strongest position they've been in since that time, since 2023. And if you look at the open source maps, I think it's very clear that the Russian offensive has stalled for the time being. Having said that, I don't think we can really say how this is going to impact the course of the war as a whole. This isn't the first time that events have turned against Russia. If we look back to 2022, they were on the retreat. They managed to stabilize things, and they went back on the offensive. And essentially, that offensive lasted for 2.5 years, and it's only now that it's petered out. Russia maintains, as you said, huge advantages in things like missiles. The Russian missile strikes on particularly Kyiv are becoming bigger, more frequent, and more terrifying for the civilian population. And Ukraine still has a whole load of problems, such as its manpower problems that it still hasn't fixed. So, bearing those problems in mind, it's quite hard to imagine the Ukrainians, for instance, going on a counteroffensive themselves and actually seizing back this territory. So, I think it's important to qualify, this idea of the Ukrainians turning the tide. I did speak to someone in the Ukrainian military just a couple of days ago, and he was telling me how he thinks that the Ukrainians seized the advantage from Russia in December. He said that essentially the Ukrainians just need to sit tight and wait and let the Russians come at them. He said that the Ukrainians are extremely well stocked in drones, both for battlefield range drones, but medium range drones and deeper strike drones. On the battlefield, because of those drones and the system they have in place, they can essentially inflict huge casualties on the Russian troops that advance. And he said that they have the capacity to increase those casualties for the Russian side if the Russian side is able to bring more manpower to bear. And I think on the medium range strikes and the deep strikes, I think Ukraine has been able to. I think it does have the upper hand currently in a sort of technological sense. They've clearly got more mass at the moment, and they're using that to wreak havoc with Russian logistics, particularly behind the battlefield, and also to carry out these attacks on oil infrastructure, the ones that Guy was talking about. And I think here, obviously, there's a strong psychological aspect to these attacks by Ukraine. They are trying to bring the war home to Russia. They're trying to raise the political costs and the economic costs for Putin. And obviously the overarching strategy is to try and force Putin to enter into negotiations and to yield from his maximalist goals. Although, to be frank, I don't actually see any signs that this is working.
Guy, do you just want to come in on that? We talk a lot about how Ukraine has been innovative in this war, but it's also not the case that Russia has stayed as this kind of 1980s kind of. It has also developed a lot over the past 4 years, hasn't it?
Yes, I mean I think it's clear that Russia, in the first certainly 6 months of this war, was fighting a war it was woefully unprepared for. I think then they've come back and they've certainly innovated on drone technology, for example, with fiber optic drones, but also with overall production of armaments. Say, I think they were producing more than NATO combined of certain artillery shells. They've certainly come back, and it's a story that really isn't told very much because in the West, because the Western narrative is that obviously Ukraine is going to win it and we want positive news for Ukraine. But I think Russia has been incredibly successful, and some of the US generals in NATO have spoken about that. At the end of the day, though, producing artillery shells like sausages, as Khrushchev used to say about ballistic missiles, does that mean that you actually win the war? I think that's the tougher question. And I think what ultimately you do also feel, though, is that there's an importance to tell both sides of this, and I think that's where Reuters has done very well. We are in Moscow and we are in Kiev, and really that's very rare right now. Foreign correspondents are a kind of a very rare species now, and foreign correspondents in Moscow are an even rarer species.
Yeah, indeed, but incredibly valuable. Lily spends lots of her days at NATO HQ in Brussels, and like a lot of correspondents there, get lots of briefings from all sorts of people. A lot of what we're hearing from kind of Western officials is, on the one hand, that Russia is really struggling economically, that it's losing tens of thousands of men every month on the battlefield. But we also hear a lot of warnings, particularly in the Baltic states, that, Russia could be ready to attack another NATO member within the next 2 years. How do we kind of make sense of that contradiction?
Yeah, it's very interesting because in Brussels, when we talk to diplomats and officials, we do hear both narratives. And I think it really comes down to a difference a bit in the time frame that officials are talking about. So in the short term, Russia is really bogged down in Ukraine. It's struggling economically. Ukraine is making these tactical gains. But then in the longer term, what officials are telling us is that they still see Russia as the long-term threat to NATO countries. And that is first and foremost because of geography. Russia will always be the neighbor to the east, its size and the military capacity. So even if they're struggling in the short term, when the war in Ukraine ends, or if the situation changes, Russia could still be quite a problem for NATO and especially for the eastern flank. And that's why we also see a big push to increase defense spending. And if you look at the map of Europe, at defense spending as a percentage of GDP, what you see is that now everyone is boosting spending, but the countries that are spending the most as a percentage of their economic output are the ones that are closest to Russia. So you see very, very high rates in the Baltic states, in Poland, increasingly also in Germany. And that is because they are thinking long term. They're thinking a few years down the line what Russia's capacity could be. And so they're planning for that.
Okay. We're, about to be, NATO has been very much in the headlines kind of a lot of this year, kind of when we think about, the future of US involvement in it. I know that you're expecting US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is coming, and then we've got this big Ankara summit in there. What's the kind of expectations going into those meetings? Are we going to see a kind of series of announcements from the US that Europe is even more on its own here over the next few weeks? The next few years, rather.
So when we talk to European officials at NATO, the relationship with the U.S. is really the number one issue that really dominates all of our conversations right now. And it's an interesting story because inside NATO HQ, the relationship between U.S. officials and European officials is actually very, very good. They work very closely. Military-to-military relations are great, officials tell us. But then there's that element of unpredictability of what is coming from Washington. So sometimes officials wake up in the morning and they see posts from Donald Trump that are not what they expected in terms of defense policy. And so they're trying to balance, I think, between kind of this great working relationship and then the instructions that are coming from the political level. The buzzword at NATO right now is burden shifting. So the idea that Europe will have to take responsibility soon for the conventional defense of the continent. And we're already seeing the U.S. taking some steps in that direction. So what we saw in recent weeks is the U.S. actually told allies that it will reduce its contribution to defense plans in case of an emergency. So what this means is that Europeans will have to start pledging more assets, so ships and jets, toward the NATO defense plans. And this is a process, but it's also, in a way, a wake-up call for the Europeans. They knew that President Trump and the U.S. will be expecting them to take on more responsibility, but now this process is actually getting underway, and they will have to find resources to pledge toward these NATO plans to fill in the gaps for where the U.S. is going to reduce its contribution. And a big moment will be at the Ankara summit in Turkey in just a few weeks. President Trump is expected to attend. He will be meeting with the leaders of all the other NATO allies, and their main goal will be to show him that Europeans are actually stepping up, that they're producing more weapons, that they're boosting their industrial capacity and taking more responsibility. But the big challenge is how to show that, because you can't do all of that overnight.
I was going to say, are they working on the same timescale? Because if you listen to people like Hegseth, you get the impression Europe needs to be stepping up kind of tomorrow, and then you speak to European governments and it's 2030, 2035. I mean, we had the UK Defence Minister resign last week because it's not going fast enough. How do they manage to communicate that message to the US? You know, is the US kind of at a more operational level understanding that Europe can't just flick a switch and have militaries twice the size?
I mean, I'm sure military planners understand that this can't be done overnight, but there's also the pressure from the political level. And so right now, I think the conversation is how to balance those two. And also from the leader's perspective, how to kind of signal to Trump that they're doing their best and that they're actually making progress on their pledges from last year at the Hague summit, where all the NATO allies said that they would move towards spending 5% of their GDP on defense and defense-related investments. So the way that works is they're supposed to move towards spending 3.5% of GDP on kind of core defense and 1.5% on defense-related investments.
Okay. Guy, I'm interested in Russia when we have these kind of, well, not quite NATO bust-ups, but the US pretty much telling Europe that they need to pull their finger out and take more responsibility. How was that reported in Russia?
So I think that clearly the Russians take a great deal of notice of what's going on in NATO, and have spent over the years a fair amount of money on spying on NATO, which I'm sure NATO has also reciprocated in that courtesy. So they watch it very, very carefully. For Russia, again, there's a lot of rhetoric between Russia and NATO, but ultimately when you look at the respective GDPs of Russia, and Russia's about a $3 trillion economy, NATO upwards of 40 trillion, it's a very uneven economic contest, even though with nuclear weapons, clearly Russia has the upper hand, but nuclear weapons are sort of one-off. So I think Russia's exceedingly insecure about NATO. It watches it with a great deal of worry and fear. But again, I think the United States and the changed attitude of the United States, and certainly the Trump administration, although I think it runs deeper than Trump, towards NATO over the last couple of years, I think you mentioned the Baltics. I was going through the border between Russia and Estonia last week. It really feels like the Cold War, right? This is hardcore. I never saw the Berlin Wall. I was probably too small. But this is now very much like a Cold War border. You're questioned on both sides. They're very, very puzzled about what you're doing there. And it really doesn't feel like a very friendly border anymore. The opposite, I'd say.
Cold War for now. Do you get the sense Russia is preparing people that there could be a hot war with that part of the world?
I mean, I have been told by certain Russian officials that Article 4 isn't exactly a very secure guarantee. Clearly, there are points which could escalate very, very strongly over coming months and weeks. I mean, boarding Russian-destined tankers. We saw the United Kingdom boarding a Russian tanker. I mean, Russia could quite easily escalate that. And then, of course, you have this drone war, which is Russia claims or says that the drones are coming in across the Baltic Sea. Now, there's only one way to get a drone from Ukraine to the Baltic Sea, and that's flying through NATO members or through Russian territory. So there are points where you can see quite a clear escalation. The question is, do they really want to do it? And then again, the question after that is whether logic is a good analytical tool or not.
Perhaps the interesting dynamic, and we'll see what happens post this tentative Iran deal, but the US has definitely lost focus diplomatically on Russia-Ukraine over the past few months whilst the Iran war has been going on, and there's been a discussion that it needs to be Europe that should be at the forefront of the discussions to end it. Do you get any sense, Guy, that Russia would have a willingness to kind of have diplomatic negotiations to end this war with European leaders rather than Trump be the person to bring people to the table?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, clearly they want to speak to the United States. The United States is still the most powerful country in the world. They share a lot of history going back through the Cold War. They would much prefer to speak to the United States. That being said, I think they also understand that to have any sort of durable peace in Europe, they also will need to speak to the Europeans, and that they're happy to speak to the Europeans. The question then is, who are the Europeans, right? Are the Europeans Schroeder or are the Europeans somebody else? So, I mean, and the Europeans, to be fair, as a European myself, there are a great many shades of policy, in fact, almost the entire spectrum in Europe on Russia. So the question is then, who do they speak to in Europe, and whether that's the EU structure or whether they're going to do their sort of talking with the national leaders of France and Germany, and then, of course, Britain, which perhaps doesn't feel that it is part of the European Union anyway, but that's a different discussion.
This afternoon.
I think there are complexities there, but I think Russia clearly would want to speak to the Europeans and realise they have to be there. Of course, then the Europeans have to come up with a unified policy. That's proven rather harder to deliver over recent years.
Lily, if that happens, what's the discussion in Brussels? Could that be the EU who leads negotiations? We're hearing a lot from the E3, which is Germany, France and Britain. Like, who's kind of taking the bit between the teeth here and trying to lead it diplomatically?
So there's been some chatter in Brussels over who should represent Europe, but I think most diplomats we speak to say it's actually a bit premature to talk about that. You need to, as you said, actually maybe define the policy first. There's also a sense, I think, in some diplomatic circles that even though on paper there are kind of European Union officials who could represent the bloc, in reality, Vladimir Putin would prefer or would really take seriously someone with more clout, so the leaders of France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, perhaps.
Okay. Thank you. I think we've got a cue that we are going to exit the stage now. Thank you very much, the three of us. You may hear a bit more from us later. We'll see, but we're going to leave now.
Thank you very much indeed, Rachel, Guy, Tom and Lily. That has set us up very well for this next conversation. By the way, the very latest headlines out of the G7 on the Reuters wire. President Trump has said Russia should make a deal. We've heard that before. He said he's apparently seeing President Zelensky later today. Let's find out. We're thrilled that President Zelensky has found time in his schedule to talk to us here at Reuters Next. I'd like to welcome Alessandra back onto the stage to host this conversation. Take it away, Alessandra.
I'll do it this way. This prefer. This is all really live. You wanted a live event? You got a live event. President Zelensky should be coming anytime soon. Any moment. There you are.
Here.
There you are. Thank you so much for joining us.
Happy to be here with you. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I wanted to say happy to see you, but I don't see you. So happy to feel you.
Happy to imagine me. There you go. But I can see you, and it's an absolute pleasure. You are under pressure, and for us, it's an absolute pleasure. Thank you again. Let's jump right in. You, I believe, just sat down with President Donald Trump. Can you tell us what you told him and what he told you?
Everything.
Ooh. Our ears are open.
Okay. So, first of all, thanks for the invitation. I'm very thankful to France and to Emmanuel Macron and to G7 leaders for the huge support. Really, we had a very positive summit, and we discussed the situation on the battlefield. What I'm happy, what I wanted to share with everybody, that we spoke about battlefield. We spoke about negotiations with Russians, potential negotiations with Russia. We spoke about middle strikes and long range, the situation with Russian losses, economy, and etc. Good news. First of all, that yes, Putin has to stop this war. And I have unanimity from all the leaders and EU presidents. So we had the unanimity that Russia is not winning, losing a lot of people, and they have to make a deal as quick as possible. And they don't have initiative in their hands. So they really have to recognize that they don't want peace. And it's true. Everybody understands that a lot of people around Putin, they push him to the more big mobilization. Doesn't matter how much losses they will have, how many people will die. I mean, they don't think about it. But there is a huge percent of Russian people who understand that they begin to understand that they are not winning this war, and that's why they have to stop this war. Yes, I'm not sure that it's really a human reason, because if you have a lot of losses, you have to stop. No, they didn't have to begin. It's between us. But in any way, better later than never, so that the percent is more than 60% of society of Russians. They want to stop this war. And that's why we need more pressure on Putin. We had real unanimity today in G7 summit. Everybody was on the side of, I think, on the right side. And it's good that we have the same information from our intelligence. So, and then we had some more talks with President Trump, and I hope that we will have more. And then not only with President Trump, and also with Chancellor, and we will have with the Prime Minister and President Macron, and with Ursula and Costa. So we continue. Now we continue to talk, and after our meeting, I will have some more meetings. So everybody recognized that Russia wants to attack civilian infrastructure. And this is also a new step of understanding, of unanimity of this understanding. This is always was very important for me, that we see the war, this with open eyes, and we recognize what Russians really what they did on our territory, such brutal things, and what are they doing and why. We see the reasons. So, but long period of time, some of our partners, they've been, there's balancing, but now everybody is recognizing that Russia Putin doesn't want to stop this war. And I don't know, maybe he really afraid of negotiations because of one of the reasons that what he will do with 1 million of soldiers who will come back home to Russia, and they will ask why we did it.
Right.
For what?
Right. So, President Zelensky, you put a lot of things on the table. So that's okay. That's okay. So we will now.
You didn't tell me how many questions will be. Maybe one. So.
Many. We could keep you all day. So I'm going to unpack some of the things that you said. The pressure. What exactly is that pressure? Sanctions, more sanctions, what other economic measures? Did you discuss that in detail with President Trump and the others?
Now, we will have opportunity to discuss more with President Trump, but we discussed with others more sanctions. Shadow fleet, number one, because our, long-range sanctions, they work. And now you see the price of oil is decreasing. And it's good that President Trump made with Iran the decision. We see the prices are falling down, and but decreasing. In any way, it's good. So Russia will not get additional benefits. Then shadow fleet, not just to stop and to confiscate. This is important, and to work hardly with all of allies together in unity to stop tankers, to stop shadow fleet of Russia. And also the question of as I said, long range, but it's up to us. It's not to the partners because we don't use their weapon, and now we use only our long range missiles or drones or drone missiles. We have such format also. So no, it's all about it. We asked also to help more with the banking systems, or with banking system of Russia, and also about military sector of Russia, which also works not only in Russia. Yes, they have some representatives abroad, so we need to close it using sanctions, and also political pressure on Russia. And I think that President Trump can do it, or maybe only him. I don't know, really. We will see what Europeans will do. I mean, this, of course, Europe wants negotiations with coordination with the United States, but we don't know all the tracks. Between us, it doesn't matter. We need useful tracks to stop Putin. Now, I think President Trump can do it, and Europe also will do it. So this is what we see.
Got it.
And,
Got it. That was quite clear. You have asked President Trump, you had asked President Trump in a letter specifically for more Patriot air defense missiles to protect Ukrainian cities, also because we have seen quite a few attacks lately, including in the monastery just yesterday. So to protect Ukrainian cities from Russian ballistic missile attacks. Did you receive an answer specifically on this?
So, first of all, he was very positive that they can help us more with missiles. And this is a big challenge, really, because the production is not so big as our needs. The production is in the United States. I raised the topic of licenses. I addressed it to President Trump. We need licenses to produce missiles. We have capabilities, different. It's difficult to produce Patriot systems and missiles. Yes, I know. I had a lot of, believe me, I had a lot of meetings and calls with Raytheon, with this company, with their management CEOs, and etc. I know I'm deeply in this topic, but in any way, we want to increase their production if they will be okay, and if President Trump will support this idea. But now he was positive. In any way, so we need to do this. From European side, we really need for the world try to produce European anti-ballistic system, which has to be strong, and between us, better to be cheaper. Yes, and that than the world names what we have now. But otherwise, we will not have enough. Otherwise, Europe will not have enough. Otherwise, Middle East will not have enough. I don't know about Asia. I don't know their needs, what they want, and etc. But I'm talking about the countries whom I know personally. What I know their needs. So that's why this is important alternative on which we will work.
Got it. But so just so I'm clear, so the response, I think everything else you said was important, but the response from President Trump then specifically on this was, you said it was positive, meaning it was a yes.
He was positive.
It was,
he was positive. Yeah, he was positive. Yes, I hope when President Trump is positive, I hope it's yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we shall see. Still on President Trump. President Trump said last year that Ukraine did not have the cards to bring Putin to the table. Do you now? That your situation basically from last year has dramatically changed. Last year, Trump said, well, President Zelensky does not have the right cards, to bring Putin, to force Putin. But now is the sense that you do, that the situation has changed. Would you agree?
I think that really the situation is changing. And on the battlefield, as I said, Russia lost initiative on some directions. they attacked us. They made offensive steps on 12 directions. We saw this, and they lost initiative almost in all these directions. Only in 2 or 3, they still have a lot of, huge amount of soldiers, a huge amount of everything, but they were very slow there. And on other directions, they really lost initiative, and we've got it. And also on some 2, 3 directions, we are more successful now. These months, for example, we deoccupied 100 kilometers on one direction. So, we will not stop, and they will not stop. Better to stop this war. This not stop on the battlefield. So, that's why in this case we are better than on middle strikes, as I said, and long range we are better. We will produce about 10 million drones during this year, but we can double. And this is also, I think, good news from our perspective, and it's good news first of all from our industry, from Miltech direction. So this is also good. Good sanctions began to work. Not enough sanctions. And good that 90 billion, we've got 90 billion decision, and it's very helpful. It's great European support.
Got it. So you've laid it out. Now let's talk about timing. You have said that you wanted to reach a peace deal or a ceasefire and peace deal with Putin before this winter. So did you discuss a possible timeline, or maybe a date to start again, perhaps U.S.-mediated talks, perhaps with the U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner? Can you give us a sense of timing then?
It's difficult, really difficult, that we proposed, the last time we proposed, I had made a phone call to Emmanuel Macron, and when I was invited to G7, I made a phone call to him and said that, Emmanuel, what do you think about during G7 meeting, invite not only us, find a way, maybe in Switzerland, in neutral country, to find a way like we G7, basing on such, this presence of many leaders, we can use this opportunity and try to organize meeting with Russians. And he was very, happy with this idea. But Russians didn't react. They didn't support. Also, American side knew this proposition, and I'm not sure that they also got positive signals. So now we are here, and we had really strong meeting. Putin didn't use this opportunity to meet during G7. And I think we spoke with President Trump. I think that yes, I know that he made a lot of propositions again through different leaders. Putin to come to Moscow, but this is such games. We don't play such games. So we need some third country. It's not Russia. It's not Ukraine. It's understandable why. So it can be Switzerland, it can be Turkey, it can be Middle East countries, it can be, I don't know, I'm not the president of the United States. It's up to president to do it, to organize or not, to invite us, both of us or not. But I think USA also can be.
Right.
At least they had meeting already in the United States in Alaska.
But President Trump specifically
before the winter. Before the winter. Sorry. I think this is very important thing. Try to organize meeting before the winter.
Got it.
It was terrible winter for us, but you have to understand that we don't want to go through the same winter.
Of course.
But Russia has to know that we had terrible winter, and they will have also not simple.
Yeah.
So I think there is my proposition, dialogue.
Yeah, understandable. So just one quick follow on this. You recently had a meeting with Abramovich in Kyiv. Could he be a possible intermediary to President Putin?
I don't know. I don't know. I think Putin uses just people. It's not about intermediate or not. I think he just uses. He has his own decisions in his head. But I know that Abramovich, when he came, I think it was very concrete, specific dialogue with him. And I think he understood 100% of my position and our proposition. And he said that he will go and give feedback to the Kremlin. And so we will see. He can be. I mean, he can be. It's up to Putin, because each country has to decide who will represent on technical level or on the level of NSAs. Yeah, who will represent them.
Right. Time will tell. But so just to wrap up on your meeting with President Trump today, how would you describe the change in feeling and in relationship between that very infamous meeting in the Oval Office and now? Give us a color.
It's difficult for me to say. So everybody recognized that it's good that there is ceasefire in the Middle East. Yes, and this is good that people are not dying. And can we stop Putin? The question is, can we stop this war? And the question, who can stop though? If President Trump can do it, God bless.
Right.
So, but everybody is recognizing. Again, I think this is the changing of the, maybe not of position, maybe of position, but of understanding that he doesn't want to stop the war.
Got it.
He has to be under more pressure. He doesn't have, Putin, he doesn't have any feelings about losses. Can you imagine 35,000 of Russians losses each month, heavy wounded or killed?
Right.
Can you imagine what's going on? So somebody has to stop him.
Right, very clear. So today you also, I believe, met with the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva.
Yeah.
And this is regarding an $8 billion loan that the IMF has granted. They have just released the second tranche, but in order to release more money, they are awaiting important reforms in your parliament, including the many things, but including some taxation on business. Your parliament seems to be going slower on this than expected. When will those be passed?
So we spoke with Kristalina, and before her mission had meetings with our prime minister and with government team. I think that they've been focusing on different decisions and dates and etc. But I've got today from Kristalina that both sides are positive. That maybe both sides need some steps, and maybe Ukrainian parliament also needs. But I didn't get the information today that there are some difficulties. So you have to understand that it's not easy for all of us. It's not easy to vote in parliament. It's not easy to make decisions with different financial institutions, but we are partners, and this is good. We had very positive meeting with Kristalina, and he understands. She understands, and she's very supportive of Ukraine to help us with microfinancial support, to understand that it's so important now. And I was very thankful for her condolences and warm words about Ukrainians. And after such massive attacks, especially 2 days ago on our Kyiv Pechersk Lavra, one of the biggest, maybe the biggest Christian centers in the world. So we are partners. We work with IMF, and I think that our government and our IMF team will make all the decisions what Ukrainians need.
Got it. You also met with Chancellor Merz, I believe, and Chancellor Merz has suggested, with regards to possible accession to the European Union, something that you don't like very much, which is an associate membership rather than full membership. Were you able to convince him and other EU countries for full EU membership? And do you feel that the EU member countries understand what you say is the importance of a rapid progress towards EU membership?
First of all, Friedrich, I'm very thankful to his support. He's on our side. He understands that Ukraine counts on fast track, something like this. I know that not all the leaders love such format, fast track, because they want very understandable, clear steps for everybody. But we are not everybody, with all respect to everybody. We are during the war, and we need more creative steps, fast steps. We need it very much. Otherwise, if to make big pause, I shared it with Chancellor and with all the leaders, if we will make after this war big pause during our way to EU, everything will be like we have with NATO. Russia will find a way how to block Ukraine's way to EU. They don't want to see us successful. So Russia doesn't need Ukraine be successful, and the more interesting for them not to make Ukraine European country, not to be part of European family. That's why we need fast track. That's why I want to. Of course, I want like a president. When we speak about EU, I'm speaking not like a president. I'm speaking like a citizen. So we want to be a part of Europe. Look, if you want us, if you see us, if you need us, our strong army, our strong people, if you see us, please look at us as at yourself. We want to be the same, not better, but not worse. We want same. We want clear membership. This is my reaction.
Got it. One of the requirements of accession, as we have discussed, even you and I before, is tackling corruption. Recently, there was an arrest of your close aide, someone I myself had met with you as well. The arrest of Mr. Yermak. Was that a sign that Ukraine is ready to do what is needed on tackling corruption?
Yeah, of course, and Ukraine is doing all European. It's not the proposition from EU. There is a list of reforms what each country, not only Ukraine, needs to do, and we do everything. That's why the clusters are opening. That's why yesterday the first cluster, fundamentals, by the way, fundamentals, where there is a legislation, the law, the court, the reforms, and anti-corruption reform, everything is there. So the first cluster was open. Any questions? I think no questions. Then we need 5 more clusters to be open, and we did with reforms and laws, maybe not everything, but mostly. We are trying our best as we can be fast during the war as possible.
Got it. So we've talked about President Trump, so the US, the EU, the IMF. But let me ask you a question. Considering the deep economic dependence that Russia has on China, how can Beijing also put pressure on Russia? Should Xi Jinping be your main interlocutor to end this war?
I don't know. Everybody has to. I think everybody who wants this war to end and to end this war, we have to join everybody. And of course, China is a big country and very influential country. They have the biggest I think that Russia has the biggest trade with China.
Yes. Depends on China to buy, yes.
Yes, of course. It depends on the economic. The economy depends on China decisions. It means that China has influence, and of course, we will be happy to if they will help. But we don't feel it. That we don't feel their mood. We don't feel that they are ready to pressure Putin. It's meant to do everything to end this war.
So you would be open to
maybe
having...
something will change.
Yeah, you'd be open to having a conversation with Mr. Xi.
Of course, I'm very open to meet with the President Xi, and our teams can work on it exactly to do everything what we can to stop the war.
So in this room, you don't see it, but in this room we have many investors, chief executives, financiers. And so one of the things that we would want to know is, what are the sectors of your economy that offer the greatest opportunity for foreign investment, and what incentives are you offering?
So thank you very much. First of all, we will have reconstruction anyway after ceasefire or after the war will end, when we will have security guarantees. Because security guarantees, first of all, we need for our people, for the societies, and of course for business, for investment. So, and reconstruction is very important. We have to renovate energy sector. So energy is very important. Agriculture, even during the war, this is huge sector of Ukrainian economy, agricultural sector. So you're very welcome. And of course, the new sector, what we've got, what we created and during and increased during this war, it's Miltech. Miltech, it doesn't mean that it's only drones which attack and weapon for offensive. No, it's about demining, it's about agricultural sector and a lot of different things. So it's like a robotized system. So different things. So this direction is very important. We have more than 400, almost around 5 companies. So investors are very welcome. Energy, agricultural, Miltech, yes, and different other sectors are open. Ukraine is a big country, and it's been the country of big opportunities.
Got it. My last question then to you, because last time we met in November. Well, we've met since then, but last time we had an interview here at Reuters Next was in November 2023, and you gave me some insight into, President Zelensky, the man, right? And so I have a few quick personal questions for you. Are you ready? Very fast.
The last one.
Last ones. They're very quick questions, okay? You ready?
The last one few.
The last one few. That's right. Okay, ready? Okay. Are you ready? Do you miss being an actor?
I miss being a good father.
Okay. When your children were little, what did you tell them the most? What was the thing that you told them the most when they were small?
I love you.
And what do you tell them now that they're older?
I miss you.
When was the last time you cried?
I will try to do it after our interview.
Okay, when was the last time you laughed?
No, I mean this between us. So I'm normal man, and there are a lot of different moments between us almost each day, a lot of losses on the battlefield and civilians, and there are absolutely crazy attacks on our people. And it's not about. It's very difficult, really. When I give orders, I said about it. It's always difficult for me when I give orders to the mothers and fathers who lost their children.
Of course.
In such moments, really, I often cry.
Are you a hero?
No.
So who is your hero?
My hero, my children, my army, our army, and Ukrainian people. So I'm a part, and I'm also Ukrainian. So I'm a part of our nation. But now our nation, I think that our nation is absolutely heroic.
Wonderful. On that note, I think we can close. Thank you, President Zelensky. We are so grateful for having you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you can hear the applause. Thank you.
I hear you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandra. Thank you, President Zelensky. Look, we've got 10 minutes before lunch. This is a really good opportunity to show you how our news organisation, I think, reacts in real time to things. So let's get a really quick 10-minute debrief with the correspondents that we just had on stage, with Guy from Moscow, with Tom who was the bureau chief in Ukraine, and with Lily, the European security correspondent. If they could just very quickly come back. They're going to come back for 10 minutes. They'll hang around so you can have a chat with them after that as well. Are they coming on? Yeah. And then we will grab lunch, and the debate will start on the engagement stage at 15:15. So, Rach, you've got about 8 minutes.
We won't keep you for lunch for too long. We will be hopefully the most exciting bookend you've ever come across. So we'll just do very quick reflections on that interview with Volodymyr Zelensky, and then if you've got questions, do put them in. These three, all sorts of fascinating insights or anything you've ever wanted to ask about how this type of coverage happens, please put that in. But then just very quickly, Guy, Zelensky, he was saying, he would have met Putin in Switzerland before the summit. He wants talks at least to happen before another winter of this war. But do you think there's actually any inkling, any sign anywhere that Putin is willing to have a meeting with Zelensky?
Putin's willing to have a meeting with Zelensky, but only after a deal is pretty much ready, or after he takes the whole of Donbass. So there's 7% of Donbass left that Russia doesn't control. So they will take that, or they will do a deal, but there won't be any meeting beforehand. So the Europeans want there to be a ceasefire, then they get together and they talk and they do a deal. Russians saying, no, we do a peace deal, or we take Donbass and then we talk.
Okay, all right.
But the interesting thing is Abramovich. I thought that was interesting what he said about Roman Abramovich. I think he's known mostly in the United Kingdom for his football investments, or former football investments. But the fact that he spoke reasonably, I thought, mildly about Abramovich, it's clear that there's a back channel being formed there. And this whole conflict, throughout this conflict, there's been at least 5 different back channels going on, and there is clearly something going on with Abramovich. So, yeah, I thought that was interesting.
I think that's been one of the most, probably, perhaps even by us, underreported, but interesting developments of the past few weeks in this war, I agree. Tom, Zelensky's probably big, just ask, every week, every month, as they need more Patriots, especially now with the level of missile fire that Kyiv's coming under. He said he seemed to indicate there was a positive noise from Trump, but I'm not sure whether the US actually has it in its gift to provide them with what they need, does it?
Well, yeah, exactly. So I think this is really Ukraine's Achilles heel at the moment, and it'll obviously become a lot worse this coming winter, which is, I think, why, this guy's just saying why Zelensky wants to have these talks with Putin before then. So essentially it's clear the Russians have massively ramped up their production of ballistic missiles. If you look at the recent Russian strikes on Kyiv in particular, Russia is firing over 30 of these Iskander ballistic missiles in a single night. It's just a colossal number. Typically, I think when you use one of these Patriot air defense systems, you use 2 interceptor missiles against one kind of incoming target. So, you can imagine 30 incoming means 60 going up. I think the Ukrainians are very good at sort of economizing and trying to get as much mileage as they can out of it. But 60 interceptors is just a huge number, and the Americans aren't in a position to be supplying that on a regular basis. And so, obviously, the Ukrainians really need the Americans to step up to somehow supply more, as Zelensky was saying, and obviously it's good that Zelensky is hearing positive rhetoric from Trump, but what he really, really wants is results and commitments of more interceptor missiles to Ukraine.
Okay. Lily, I think perhaps that the question he didn't like in that section was about corruption and Yermak and the scandals that have been, plagued Ukraine for a long time in terms of graft. We had last night, we had the kind of opening round of Ukraine's EU accession talks, which was a big moment for Ukraine. But do you think there's actually real appetite among many EU members for Kyiv to be in the EU anytime soon?
So Zelensky has really pushed for Ukraine to make quick progress in the accession process to one day become a member of the European Union. I think rhetorically, there is a lot of support from European capitals. There's a lot of support for reforms in Kyiv. But realistically, this is a very complex process. So even under normal circumstances, joining the EU takes years in terms of regulatory reforms and meeting standards on everything from internal market rules to the environment, rule of law. Yesterday, they started the first phase, which is discussions over rule of law and democracy, judiciary standards. I think realistically, the talks will go on for years. And even then, nothing is guaranteed because at the end of the day, every single EU member state needs to ratify a new member. So even if you go through all the hoops and do all of the reforms, all the 27 need to agree at the end. I think we're a bit far from that. Ukraine is making progress, but it has a ton of challenges.
Okay. I will attempt to do a few of these questions that you have sent in. So, Lily, perhaps I'll come back to you. I'll tweak that question just a bit. I think perhaps when Trump began his second presidency, there'd been a lot of criticism that, the US was providing a lot of the funding and support to Ukraine. Meanwhile, this is a war that's happening on the EU's doorstep. Now, kind of what's the EU's role in the war in terms of the money and the support that it provides?
So the EU has a huge role in supporting Ukraine, both economically and also in terms of Europeans helping Ukraine buy weapons. So there's the Pearl program where European governments actually pay to buy weapons from the US for Ukraine. That is a program that the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is really pushing countries to continue contributing to. And then the EU is providing a huge 90 billion euro loan to Ukraine. So I would say the Europeans are kind of the top supporters when it comes to kind of actual assistance right now. So it's a huge role.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question, what are the connections and similarities between Ukraine and the Iranian war? Perhaps, Tom, I'll come to you first on that. I mean, obviously, they've been fought in very different ways, but Ukraine has had an involvement in the Gulf. What kind of, relationship has there been there between Ukraine and the Gulf states during this Middle East conflict?
Well, that's a tough question because I'm not very good on the Iran war, but I'll have a stab at it. Yeah, I mean, the obvious similarities, right, is the use of drones and the heavy use of missiles by both sides. I think the same themes have emerged with regards to both of those topics. So obviously, in the Gulf, there's been this scramble to find ways to cheaply intercept all of these cheap attack drones that the Iranians have been firing at the Gulf states. Obviously, this is something that the Ukrainians have grappled with for years. And it's the reason that the Ukrainians were able to send teams to the Gulf to try to help with that solution. The same goes for the missiles, but I mean, obviously the sort of attritional kind of battlefield component, this sort of these huge waves of infantry assaults, infiltration, kill zone, all of that stuff from the battlefield in Ukraine obviously has no read across, as far as I can see, in the Iran war.
Can I just add on that? I think one of the biggest takeaways is that big powers, certainly two very big powers, Russia and the United States, have come quite seriously a cropper in two separate wars. And so for me, the biggest takeaway is actually for China. I think if I was Xi Jinping in Beijing, I would be watching both of these wars very carefully and just wondering how powerful my military actually was.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just jump in. I think one other thing is just the energy shock caused by wars has an impact across the Western world. You know, we're talking about Brexit later, but you'd argue that these price shocks have had far greater impacts on say, the EU economy than Brexit has. So I think that's a thing to remember. I am going to wrap it up there and not keep anyone from their lunch anymore, but me, and more importantly, my three colleagues will be around if anyone wants to come up and find out anything further about how we cover this conflict or where they see it going. But thank you very much for joining us all.
Thank you. Right, we can't really do much more to update you on this war, but do feel free to pick the brains of these guys. Yeah, we're going to go to lunch now. I think 10-15 minutes, there's an Oxford-style debate starting in the engagement on the engagement stage, which is next door. The key to security in Europe is AI is going to be the motion. I think it's going to be quite a fun debate. So grab some lunch, head in there. We're going to come back in here at 2:10. So we'll see you then. Right, welcome back, everybody, both here in the room and those joining us on the live stream. Before we shift into the afternoon sessions here on the world stage, just a few reminders. You can ask questions of our speakers via the app or by scanning the QR code when it pops up on the screen. You'll also see QR codes for podcasts and newsletters. Do sign up for those if you wish. This next session on how Europe's central bank is managing the Eurozone economy is a timely one, of course, given the ECB's rate hike last week. Please join me in welcoming to our stage Philip Lane, member of the Executive Board at the European Central Bank, and Reuters ECB Chief Correspondent, Balázs Korán.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for being here. Philip, thank you so much for coming. As you know, Philip is the chief economist at the European Central Bank, and with that role, he is responsible for proposing monetary policy to the Governing Council. The ECB last week became the first major central bank in the world to raise interest rates. Philip, could you please run us through that decision, the rationale for it? It's somewhat controversial, at least to some people who argue that raising rates into a supply shock that weighs on growth is a policy mistake. At least some ECB watchers are saying that. What would you tell these people who say it was a mistake?
So we obviously try to make well-considered decisions. So the whole process of analysis, step-by-step analysis before making such a decision. So let me, again, just locate the ECB, the wider global conversation about this. So last year, last June, we brought the policy rate down to 2.0. And we had a situation last year where the European economy was growing steadily, unemployment was stable at a low level, inflation was hovering around our 2% target. And so this was a very stable situation. And that extended into this year until the end of February. And then, of course, with the Iran war, we've had inflation rise. And what we saw last week when we looked at the new assessment is essentially what's already happened now, nearly 4 months of this war, 4 months of elevated energy prices, means we can see in the pipeline of inflation coming up that inflation will be above 3%. Basically, it already is above 3%, and being above 3% for about a year, going into early months of next year. And so if you have a situation where inflation is a percentage point above our target, where we do think there is some hit to GDP from the war, but in the end, we do think the economy is resilient. There are other engines of growth in the European economy, and the financial system is also, I think, robust. Then we felt it was a straightforward decision, not just under our base, but when we looked at different alternative scenarios, including a milder scenario where the war might get resolved more quickly, going from 2.0 to 2.25 was a decision we felt was a safe decision under these different options. But let me say maybe one of the issues here is there's a shorthand description they use, supply shock. You have to think carefully about what is the role of oil in the European economy now. And even compared to 5 years ago, with the increase in the energy mix towards renewables, also with ongoing hydro, nuclear, and so on, the oil is less important to the European economy than it was even 5 years ago, let alone previous oil hiking cycles. So when we think about the hit on the economy, it's there. We do think it's there. But let me emphasize, is the war is partly the energy shock, partly it's the uncertainty attached to it. But if your mindset is going back to the 1970s on how oil shocks affect the economy, it's quite different now. So a direct line to inflation, the effect on the economy is there, but not as big as it used to be.
One of the arguments has been that we're already seeing underlying inflation come up and energy is feeding into core inflation. Yeah. I'm curious where exactly you see that. My colleague Francesco has looked at corporate earnings calls by hundreds of major corporations. We ran these earning transcripts through AI models, and it showed that companies' ability to raise prices is significantly smaller than it was 4 years ago, so the pricing power has declined. Are you seeing the same thing, and where do you see core inflation under pressure?
So what I would say is we allow for some increase in core inflation, and more broadly, I'm not a big fan of the phrase core inflation because one of the big transmissions is from energy to food. So what I prefer to look at is non-energy inflation. Food, which is about 20% of the index, I don't think we should throw it out. So we do think there's going to be indirect effects on food, on goods, on services this year and into next year. But it's not the scale it was in the last episode. So this is why I agree with the Reuters analysis in the sense of if your benchmark is the scale of the pass-through that we saw 5 years ago, I don't think it's going to be like that. But I also don't think it's going to be invisible. I mean, we've tried to emphasize on our staff to differentiate between, in a simple-minded way, small, medium and large oil shocks. This is not a small one. Small oil shocks, I think, don't leave much of a footprint on core. It's not a gigantic one either. It's kind of medium size shock, I think is a fair description. And so we are allowing for indirect effects, second round effects, in a contained way. But again, we're not, we didn't announce last week we're going to go from 2.0 to 4. We said we're going from 2.0 to 2.25, and let's see what we do in the future, depending on how the data flow.
There's, of course, a new situation because there's a peace deal in Iran. So I'm curious, how does that change your calculus? How does that change the outlook?
So what I would say is, of course, it's early days. Of course, it's welcome news. The market did expect it as well. I mean, there was some market movement, but in the end, not a lot. And what we see, or what I saw yesterday, is the new oil forward curve is basically fairly horizontal for the next couple of years, not too far away from the current price. So what the current view of the oil market is high 80s, low 70s. So we don't have a big reversion to the pre-war level under the market pricing, but neither do we have the much higher prices that were in our adverse and severe scenarios. So by the way, for those of you who want to look later on, I put some slides up on the ECB website just to illustrate some of the points that I'm making here today. So you can compare yesterday's oil forward curve to our different scenarios. And the bottom line is it's hovering between our baseline and the milder scenario. But in the end, I think, on a multi-year perspective, closer to baseline.
If we look at your scenarios, both the baseline scenario and the milder scenario include some policy tightening. So would this mean that if the oil price develops as the futures suggest, then the ECB will have to come back and at some point raise interest rates further?
So I very much appreciate that's a very natural question to ask you. To ask me. But let me say that I'm not really a big fan of answering highly conditional questions. So between now and our upcoming meetings, that's going to be a factor, how the oil prices develop. The wider, I think, geopolitical uncertainty is important. So when I think about what's going on, one of the issues is what will give firms, households, governments some clarity about, when they're trying to plan ahead for this year, next year, and so on. Is there basically going to be a quiet period coming up where a lot of the major news over the last 18 months, whether that's going to quieten down or not. So I would say tracking the oil price, tracking uncertainty would be important. I think tracking the whole AI developments around the world will be important. So I think there's a lot we're going to track. And this is why it's not an empty phrase to say we'll be data dependent and meeting by meeting.
Let me put this question to you in a different way. What would you need to see to argue that more policy tightening is needed? And what would you need to see to argue against more policy tightening?
So again, when you ask that question, some people are going to hear that and will say the amount of policy tightening or not compared to the market curve versus going beyond 225 and so on. So there's a kind of ambiguity about, if you like, what is assumed and what is not assumed. But let me strip it down. And this is, I think, the opening sentence of what we said last week, is the rate decisions will be driven by our commitment to delivering 2% in the medium term. So essentially, whether we do more or stay where we are at the new level will depend basically on the incoming data about are there kind of strengthening challenges to that medium-term target of 2%, or are some of those risk factors calming down? And, essentially, inflation development. I mean, what we've done is, we've got the data we have, then we have to project forward using a range of models to project forward what might happen. All of those models are not going to be perfect. So there's a mix of kind of new shocks arriving, which can happen from many directions. And even the shocks that have already happened, we will be revising our view of those depending on what the incoming inflation numbers look like, the wage tracker, indices of supply chain pressures, many elements. But I mean, it boils down, Balas, to a simple situation, which is basically if the balance of evidence gives us more concern about inflation versus if the balance of evidence gives us less concern about inflation. And I don't think I can be more specific than that.
If you look at the energy market, we know a lot of damage has already been done, and also stockpiles have been run down. So it will take some time for the energy market to normalize. Have you done work in-house at the ECB to try to gauge if there's a full reopening of the Strait now? How long would it take for the market to normalize?
So I wouldn't say we have some kind of a unique perspective. I mean, many people are looking at those questions. And I think the role of the central bank is a bit different to an investor who really has to take a strong view on that. We can imagine different scenarios. But what I would say, and maybe just coming back to the current view of the market, I mean, the current view of the market is essentially saying some mix of it will take time for supply to be fully available, but also on the demand side, that, as you say, I mean, the world did rely, I think, in recent weeks on running down available inventory. And so the issue is going to be the imperative to rebuild inventory. So the price of oil is not just going to be a flow price, if you like, about what do I need now, but also decisions. They'll be partly private decisions. So whether that's energy firms, energy trading companies, governments, many different margins will be deciding about inventory accumulation. And so the overall dynamic of the market will reflect that kind of risk management in addition to, if you like, the normal. And maybe also I would say what we have said in our monetary policy statement for the last few rounds is this underlines the imperative of accelerating the transition towards more renewables. And so, if you like, even if there's a durable piece here, the conclusion many will draw, not just in Europe, around the world, is let's not have that again. Let's not be so sensitive and dependent on fossil fuel imports. And in terms of now we have viable alternatives in terms of renewables. I think this will have a lasting impact on the transition dynamic.
Given the shock to the European economy, I would have expected the ECB to make a larger revision to its economic growth projection, yet you only cut growth by the smallest possible margin. The idea of a recession has not even come up. I'm curious, what is the source of this resilience? Why is the European economy holding up despite all the turmoil?
So I think it's important not to overly focus on March versus June in terms of projections. Because, first of all, in a fairly narrow window like that, there's lots of data revisions arriving. So our view of 2025 is different now than it was in March, for example. Our view of Q1 is different now. So some of the what goes into what looks like apparently a small revision is basically the starting point, if you like, looked better than we might have thought in March. So what I would emphasize, and again in the slide deck I put on the ECB website, is look at December versus June. So December was clearly before the war, and I think that gives you the right benchmark. So we actually do think that 2026 GDP is markedly lower compared to what we thought in December, especially for consumption and in investment dynamics. So I think we have fully allowed for the effect of the war. But please remember a few points. One is we do have supportive fiscal policy in Europe now. I'm not talking about the energy credits, the small minor in the grand scheme, fiscal response to the energy crisis. I'm talking about, first and foremost, the German fiscal expansion. So compared to, if you think about what we predicted what might happen in 2026, last March before the German announcement, there's significant support for the European economy coming from the German fiscal policy. In overall terms, we now have this year, and looking into the future, the overall euro area government deficit like 3-something. This is not the euro area economy we had before the pandemic. Now, it's not US-style fiscal deficits, but 3-something, steady 3-something, gives you a kind of orthogonal support, which is orthogonal to the shock. We think construction investment will come back this year. Remember lags in monetary policy? Since we only stopped easing a year ago, even last year we think the accumulated tightening cycle was a drag on the European economy, especially in construction. That drag is no longer there. So even though it's kind of a slow-moving dynamic, the recovery of construction is important. Maybe very importantly this year is we have real earnings continuing to go up this year, next year, the year after. So even with the inflation rate this year now expected at 3%, we have compensation per employee going up at 3.2 this year, next year, the year after. So yes, households are worse off than if the energy shock had not happened, but it's not like last time where there's a big drop in household incomes. This time we think the average European consumer will continue to have a real income gain this year. So that is a support for consumption. And then the world economy we had a big upgrade to world trade. Europe is not at the center of the global tech boom, but the fact that world trade is doing better than expected is important. So it's not a silver bullet. Lots of individual items are positive And so the clearly negative energy shock is in the context of this wider resilience. But let me say, it's very important to say, the resilience is not by magic. The resilience includes the fact that households have strong balance sheets. Banks have strong balance sheets, including because of the long campaign to rebuild capital and liquidity in the European banking system. This is supporting now the resilience of Europe, and that corporates are not over-leveraged either. So if you have a resilient balance sheets, fiscal support, central bank starting point being a neutral interest rate, that gives you, and then globally the support from AI and so on, that gives you a lot of factors that explain why the negative shock from the geopolitics, whether it's trade, the tariffs, or oil, is basically counterbalanced by these factors.
So even if the war in Iran is over, is conflict really over? We've had a year of turmoil from Liberation Day to Gaza to Venezuela, then maybe Cuba's next. Is this the new normal, and how does the ECB and the European economy operate in this new normal?
So this is, I think, a very important issue. And we did a strategy review of what the ECB should be worrying about. And the conclusion, which we reconfirmed last summer, is essentially this decade especially. So this strategy review brings us to 2030. So for the rest of this decade. And, the slow-moving issues like demography, climate change, but we did zero in on geopolitical shifts. And this is, of course, it'd be a bad idea to go one by one saying, well, this happened and that happened. So I would say we don't try and predict what exactly is going to happen, but the conclusion is the years ahead may have more geopolitical shifts, and we have to recognize, be attuned to this in how we analyze what's going on, to recognize it creates more volatility. We don't take a stand on whether it means inflation is on average going to be higher or lower, but it does mean more volatility. And that volatility does mean how we make policy has to respond. So the conclusion of the review last year was we need to be basically put center stage our risk assessment. So what we said is we will look at our policy not only under the baseline, which is the traditional view, but also the surrounding risks. And this is why last year, the first paragraph, or last week, the first paragraph basically said, this is a robust decision under a wide range of scenarios. And what I would say is, going back to your question, is the natural answer when you face this geopolitical risk is to look at different scenarios. And that's what we're doing.
But how does policy work in such a situation? The argument always has been that monetary policy works with long variable lags. If policy becomes effective 12 to 18 months from now, the environment could be vastly different. So how does policy stay effective?
So it's very important. It's a balancing act. So what we've tried to say since this war started at the end of February is we will differentiate between different cases. And what was important back in March is we didn't know, because many people said this is going to be over in a couple of weeks or a few weeks and will quickly reverse. If that had happened, then you would have said, well, we'll look through it because it's a blip. What we have now is basically already 4 months elapsed before this, more or less, nearly 4 months before this truce was announced. And what we have now is we think already in the pipeline of inflation is basically a year of inflation above 3%. With the long and variable lag, we look at inflation at all horizons, but inflation, for looking ahead a year and still being well above target does mean we think monetary policy, we need it to move now. What it does mean in a world of uncertainty is it's a bad idea to say, well, we think here's where interest rates are going over the next year. Because we need to be agile. We cannot lock ourselves in. to a policy path which will turn out to be irrelevant. So agility, responsiveness, being, I think, drawing a veil over where we might go in the future. And that's really a kind of guidance to everyone, markets, individuals, to recognize we live in a world that's hard to predict. But I think what we have to do is say, look, we will run monetary policy on a stabilizing role. What is our role? Is to stabilize inflation at around 2%. And if that requires us to move up on this occasion, we will continue to be, if you like, proactive in monetary policy in line with how the risks evolve. So we had long periods at the ECB where the ECB didn't have to do any kind of policy move because the world was not changing that much. But sometimes you have to move, and we felt on this occasion it was a robust decision to make this move.
Another big change in the last few years, a more quiet change, has been China taking market share away from Europe. And increasingly technologically advanced China is squeezing us out of key markets. At the same time, tariffs by the US are putting pressure on Europe. So we're squeezed between two major powers. How does Europe survive and thrive in such an environment?
So I think these are very important issues. My own background is my academic career was studying the world economy. So I'm very orientated to think about Europe in that global context. And in fact, a few weeks ago, and it's, I invite you to go to the ECB website to find it. I had a fairly long speech called Europe and the World Economy, where I tried to look at some of these questions. So what I think is important is to be methodical about it. Is when we think about China, and just lots of amazing work at the ECB by our staff, really fantastic work about understanding the effect of China in Europe, that you've highlighted some dynamics. But let me emphasize, it is for European inflation, the deflation out of China has kept inflation lower than otherwise. That does mean for many people in Europe, their incomes have been supported by cheap consumer goods from China. Many firms, there's definitely firms in a competitive pressure situation. Other firms are benefiting from cheap intermediate goods from China. So there's elements of the European economy that benefit from the cheaper imports out of China. There's other sectors which are facing pressure on markups, pressure on activity. And so I think it's very important to recognise Europe will grow more quickly if the world economy is growing more quickly in a balanced way. So I'm mindful the G7 is still on today. What's important, and this is, I suppose, I think the consensus among economists, is what we want to see in a global configuration is a more balanced growth performance across all the major regions. For us, this includes a stronger contribution from domestic demand. I mentioned the German fiscal expansion earlier on. I do think Europe should be asking, how can we make the domestic momentum stronger? And I think we have some reports called the Draghi report and the Letta report, which clearly indicate many policies that can help us there. So I think the best response, if you like, to the fact that we do have this competitive challenge from China is to improve the European economy. While not ruling out, of course, in the policy conversation, there can also be some specific policies. But in the grand scheme, I think it's important that Europe focuses on improving the growth rate of the European economy.
Philip, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed to Philip and to Balázs. Right, back now to how businesses are responding to the context, both the economic context and the geopolitical context, and critical for this next business, how consumers' changing habits are forcing strategy rethinks. I'd like to invite Carlsberg Chief Financial Officer Ulrike Fern to the stage. She will be in conversation with Reuters European retail correspondent Helen Reid. Come on through.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Ulrike. It's really wonderful to have you here, and I'm excited for this conversation because Carlsberg is so global. You sell beer and a bunch of other drinks in around 125 markets.
More than that, yeah.
And that spans the whole of Europe, as well as India and the rest of Asia. So you're very well placed to know what consumers are doing right now. And I want to start by tackling what seems to be one of the major consumer trends of the time, which is that people are drinking less. Beer volumes have been falling, in part due to price inflation, but also changing preferences. So are alcoholic beverages entering terminal decline?
Yes, that is the big question. The answer to that is not just a simple yes or no, unfortunately, or fortunately. It's more that it's changing, and there's two big components to that. One of them we've talked about a lot during the day today is very cyclical, and where we are in the world at the moment and where the consumer is in the world at the moment. It is about affordability, and I can come back to that a little bit in a minute. And then the second part is that the consumer is changing. And different generation is changing slightly differently. So the part answer to that is two. And the first one is very much driven that, alcoholic drinks are more expensive in general, and the affordability of that, and given that there's a choice, people will choose maybe one less or drinking less if they can't feel that they can't afford it. And the reason we believe this is actually a fairly big part of it is we do see that when people feel they got more money, and this is more uncertainty driven than people have got less money. People are holding on to their money. We heard from the previous speaker that it's both companies and consumer have got quite strong balance sheets. So it's a choice. And then when the choice is there and it feels a bit more supported, whether that's weather or it's Christmas is coming, or we can see that people are spending, and then the alcoholic drinks start selling again. So there is a cyclical part in this. But then the more maybe interesting part in it, there is also a structural part of it, which is the world of consumers. The consumers change, and I think we're in a time when it changes quite rapidly at the moment, and particularly Gen Z, who is very much more focused on health and moderation, but at the same time, their experiences their drinks in a very, very different way. They are moving between different categories, and they want experiences outside the normal pub environment. And so there's a lot of changes that isn't directly linked to alcoholic or non-alcoholic, which is more due to that generation. And then health and moderation goes all the way through the generation. So both of those are happening at the same time. And it's both tastes and preferences, affordability, and then where and how people consume.
And how have you actually adapted your product offering then to these changes?
Well, I think all consumer goods companies are trying to do that, and it's happening quite fast. And we have... It's more about occasions now rather than it is about the particular product. What we also see is that people are a lot more connected to one thing, one brand, one experience. They want a range of occasions. It's moments and experiences that people are after. So what we have to do, we're a brewer at heart, but we've expanded much wider than a brewer. We're now 30% soft drinks, because we want to be there when the consumer moves into soft drinks, because it's the same consumer that drinks soft drinks that drinks the alcoholic beer later on, that then takes an alcohol-free beer, and we want to be there across. So we've done a big shift towards soft drinks, but also in the middle where it's got low alcohol and alcohol-free beer. It's big and growing at the moment, whilst keeping an important part, the premium part of our beer portfolio, where people choose to be a bit more discerning to themselves, a little bit of affordable, not luxury, I think that's taken it one step too far, but affordable treat, that's still growing. So you can see that we need to be there across those growth moments, as we call it, where people are actually buying more. But mainstream beer has also got a role in all of this, because that is part of everyday life.
Tell us a bit more about Gen Z and, Gen Alpha. These are the consumers that are going to be driving spending patterns for the next decade and beyond. What are they saying? Because we've all read the headlines about how young people are more likely to meet up at a run club than to go to the pub. What does your research actually say?
They're saying very much that. It's saying that it's a generation, and Gen Z is what we got most information about, that they don't like the traditional ways of getting together. And I think it's partly linked in the environment that they've been growing up. Our research is saying this because that generation has been in a pretty uncertain world as they've come into drinking age. And that uncertainty has enable them or push them into doing things in a different way as well, as they are different. So we see more, you were saying, they could go to laundrettes or cafes or gyms and just out in the park in a very different way than we do. And maybe that's a little bit of affordability. It's more expensive to go into a pub. But it's also the way they do behave around each other and how they move. So we need to move with that. And for us, what that means is that we need to have products and formats that fit into that. China is one of our biggest markets. There, the buying premium beer, so the little bit more expensive, little bit better beer, was always for the on-trades, so for the bars and the nightclubs. That's now moved into homes. So now we have to have a 1-liter bottle of beer, which looks very premium, that you can have almost like on the table at home and share. That's the sort of shifts we need to do. And that, for example, has been very, very successful, as well as meeting at the same time the lower alcohol and no alcohol formats also for the home and not just in the bar, and then the soft drinks occasion, which sort of sits somewhere. It needs to be there, but then they move from there and then back into beer again. So we need to be available at those places with both.
You mentioned the uncertainty that consumers are facing. Of course, executives are also facing extreme uncertainty. And we've seen that most recently with the energy crisis caused by the Iran war. It's sort of reignited these inflationary pressures, which are a real concern. Consumers are already fed up with high prices. So with this preliminary deal to end the war, does that come as a relief to you? Are you relieved, or do you think the pressure is continuing?
Well, I think, the uncertainty that is come with is just another level of uncertainty on top of what was uncertain already before. And of course, in a consumer business, we don't want uncertainty. The consumer gets uncertain. It holds on to it doesn't spend as much. So, of course, less uncertainty is good for us. So a deal like this would be welcome, of course, less uncertainty. And we were seeing already before the war that actually consumer confidence was coming back slightly and maybe at least stopped declining, actually across the world. And I guess the war was unwelcome for many reasons, but also for the fact that it disrupted the consumer, and it's now been a little bit in a holding pattern. We haven't seen that much of an impact on it through the year on the consumer directly. So it's going to depend very much now on what happens, whether this now holds as a deal, and if it does, hopefully the consumer will get back on track and feel a little bit more certain about the future. And that certainty is what will be helpful for having a bit more predictable future. But then, of course, this is the world of volatility, as previous speakers say, so we will hope that there's nothing after it. But this will, of course, be welcome from an uncertainty point of view.
Mm-hmm. And you actually have really deep experience in the drinks industry. I think you spent about 2 decades at Diageo earlier in your career. So could you put the current economic slowdown and geopolitical context into context for us? How has it ever been this tough before?
No. I think this is as uncertain as it has been. I mean, we've gone through, and we've all gone through the COVID years, and it was one event that happened, and you sort of read through it, and in the beginning it was uncertain because we didn't know how it was going to play out. Then you were starting to see the inflationary pressure. You started to see how people behaved. So there was one scenario to play around. As much as it was uncertain, it was one scenario. I think what we're seeing now are several scenarios on top of each other. So it becomes a little bit difficult to discern what's again, coming back to my first point, what's structural versus what's actually behavioral. And then, of course, the longer the behavioral is impacted by some sort of cyclical factor, they might become structural. So what we're dealing with now, I think, is what we're trying to do is to try to... Volatility is kind of structural. It will be here. So gone are the days, if I go back a couple of decades, where you sort of said if there was a shock, you dealt with that shock and you saved your money and then you spend into your growth opportunities, into your brands or what you wanted to do when that was secure and safe. Now is the time we need to do both at the same time. We need to become resilient enough, both strategically and operationally, so that we can maneuver the uncertainty, but we can't wait to spend for the future growth until it's stable, because we don't know when it's going to be stable again, and the uncertainty is going to be there. And that require, operational resilience, strategic resilience, but also a certain culture in your company to deal with, to take it forward. So I guess that's what we're doing, is that we're seeing that this layers of uncertainty is probably going to continue, because even if one is taken away, the next level are still there. So it's a challenge. But if you get a bit flexible in your capital allocation, you make sure you've got a portfolio that's got breadth, that takes on the consumer the way I talked about it before, and you are happy with and you're very clear on what your priorities are. You just have to move your capital allocation accordingly. And it's not it's something you need to build in as a system, because I think it's going to be needed for years to come.
Yeah, and speaking of that resilience and that investment, I think the drinks industry faces a huge potential impact from climate change, right? Increased risk of drought and extreme heat impacting hops harvests, for example. So how do you kind of maintain focus on mitigating those risks when there's a million other things to distract you?
So that is a really good question, and we actually think that's pretty straightforward, because all of that we can talk about while we're doing it, and the world is maybe sort of taking a little bit of the foot off the gas when you in certain places. We're doing the opposite. We feel that gives us resilience. The less we know there is weather shocks coming, we know there are geopolitical uncertainty, we know there's economic certainty. Being flexible around your energy system, being flexible on how you grow hops, being flexible in your supply chain, and more resilience comes with the environmental investments we're doing. And we've always looked at it as two sides of a different coin. It's good for the world, but it's also good for resilience. So we will be leaning into, we've seen some benefit of being flexible in terms of energy supplies just throughout this last few months. So being able to swap from one to the other depending on what it looks like, being sure you've got flexibility and resilience in your crops, as you say, that's going to be part of being resilient into the future, and not just good for the world as we see it.
Mm-hmm. There is one positive that might be coming for the drinks industry this summer. The World Cup is usually a bit of a boost.
Yeah.
So although Carlsberg isn't an official sponsor, do you expect it to benefit you? And how do you kind of go about predicting how many pints are going to be poured?
So this is now you get into our forecasting models, which often says that World Cup is a big football event. But it depends on which teams are winning, it depends on what country is playing and what time it is. And of course, you were saying up front, we're mainly in Europe and in Asia. And when the games are played in another time zone and it's in the middle of the night, we have a little bit of less of an impact. But it is exciting times for football and for beer. And it becomes good promotional windows to put promotions out, or put communication out which connects with people. There's a huge excitement. Football, in a way, goes straight into that consumer occasion that I talked about up front. It's an experience. People get together outside or they go to arenas. So it fits right into the future of the consumer. So as an occasion, it's very relevant. The problem is just, as I said, when the times are and if it's the right teams to play. So we are a bit careful with our forecasts around World Cups because if all of those three are there, it will be great. And if not, it will be a little bit helpful.
That makes sense. We've got a few questions that have come through. So I'm just going to go for the one about, I guess, have you been thinking about getting involved with THC and other psychoactive substances in your drinks? Is that something you're exploring?
So we're a brewer, and what we do is brewing, and getting into this multi-beverage approach is because it requires roughly the same skill sets, it requires the same supply chains, it meets the consumer need in a beverage point of view, and that's what we do, and that's what we focus on.
So I guess that's a no to those other substances.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting, because it seems like that's a kind of a growing market in the US.
But it's also very US focused, and we're in Europe and Asia. And again, we focus on our skills and the needs that we very well can serve to the consumer.
I suppose there's a whole regulatory framework that would need to change as well to enable that.
That is a whole different category that doesn't. It's not a multi-beverage. It's not part of multi-beverage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. How do you see emerging markets in general and the demographic acceleration in Africa specifically impacting your business model?
I mean, Africa is a big beer and beverage continent. It's an interesting continent. There is a lot of players in Africa. So Africa is an interesting place where we have been, and we are, indirectly in here and there. So that is interesting. And other emerging markets as well. If you look at something like, depends on the big countries. You look at somebody like a Vietnam and an India, very interesting beer markets, very much growing beer markets. Population in India is very much moving from spirits into beer, so it's very supportive of that. It's in a way the low alcoholic version, and in a very warm country, it's a very good drink, and we are very much wanting to play there and continue to push there. In Vietnam, it's a very young population. It's a big population. Premium beer is a little bit less growing than mainstream beer, but the whole market is growing. High single digits, so very exciting. And you can look at, if you look in Africa, and we're not in Latin America, there are some nice growing beer businesses there. So it does depend on where you are in the cycle, where you are. Western Europe beer is the one that is probably the most challenged across the world, and the US where we're not.
Yeah, I was going to ask about India actually, because it seems like a lot of alcohol companies are sort of pinning their hopes on that as the next big growth engine. Do you think it has that potential to sort of deliver?
We do, yes, absolutely. And we do think that there is a supporting population. We do think that the trends that I talked about for the consumer do also appear there, but from a different context. It's an emerging market. There is a lot of wealth being accumulated into the drinking age, and that helps, which means that premium is starting to really drive forward as well. And then there is this shift, health and moderation, drinking a little bit less alcohol. Beer can play a big role there in India in another way than it does in other countries, as well as lower beverages than beer. So we are playing very hard in India, and it's a very good growth market for us, and will continue to be. And in this world, they live in their own little ecosystem, and seems to be continuing to do very well.
And I think you were planning to potentially IPO your India business. Is that still on the cards?
So we've said we're going to do a strategic review of it, and that we're still doing.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much, Ulrika.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Helen. Thank you, Ulrika. Look, right now there's an interactive skills building workshop led by RADA Business on the engagement stage, which is next door. Spots are limited. It was really popular in New York last year. So head there if you want to join it. On the world stage in this room, we're going to turn our attention to navigating the Iran conflict and the fallout, which continues to be felt far and wide, nowhere more so than in the Gulf region itself, of course. Philip Jones, the Royal Commission for Al Ula's Chief Tourism Officer, will discuss how tourism is being redesigned in the Middle East. Please welcome Fionnuala Sweeney, who's going to lead this conversation.
Thank you very much. You're very welcome. This is a very interesting segment we're about to have, because I think a lot of us have an idea about what we think developments are like, or tourism developments are like in the Middle East / Gulf part of the world. So, but for those of you who don't know, I'd like to ask Philip, first of all, what is the development of Al Ula?
So Al Ula is one of the giga projects. It's a civilization that's been around for 200,000 years, and last 7,000 years continuously, and it's the first UNESCO World Heritage Site in Saudi Arabia. It's in the northwest corner of the country, and it's about a 6-hour drive from Jeddah, and about a 4-hour drive from the Jordan border.
And how did a man from Louisiana in the Deep South find himself in Saudi?
So I was, after I left, I was the Minister of Tourism for Louisiana, and then I left to be the CEO of what's known as Visit Dallas. And I got a call, and they said, we have this amazing opportunity in Alula. And I said, so where in Hawaii is that? That sounds amazing. And they said, no, it's in Saudi Arabia. And I said, yeah, no, thank you. I'm not interested in working in Saudi. And they said, no, you have to see this place. And they flew me over. And when I landed, it was just one of the most mystical, magical places that I'd ever experienced. It's surrounded by mountains, and you have the largest oasis, one of the largest oases in the country, 2 million date palm trees in the middle of the desert. So it's incredibly green, and you have 7,000 years of civilization full of archaeological sites and monuments and tombs. And so we didn't have to start from the very bottom. We literally had the assets in place. We needed to build an ecosystem to support a tourism industry because the Vision 2030, one of the missions is to transition and transform the economy of Saudi Arabia, and tourism is one of the pillars that they've identified. And so they wanted individuals with years of experience in the sector to come in and train local Saudi men and women for jobs in the travel and tourism industry.
I'll get to that in just a moment, but let me ask you, again, experience in Louisiana and Dallas, like you're working with UNESCO sites essentially in Saudi.
Right.
So what experience and could you bring to a project that, while you may not have been starting from scratch, as we associate a lot of the giga projects in that part of the world, you were actually having to develop, as you've just put it, an ecosystem.
Yeah, we had to build, an airport. We had to build roads. We had to build the infrastructure to support a visitor industry because the county is the size of Belgium, and the population is 40,000, so it's very sparsely populated. And so what we had to, there wasn't a lot in place from a tourism infrastructure perspective, so we had to really go in and put in place the sort of the nuts and bolts of a tourism infrastructure. And so we've done that for the first few years, and then in 2020 we opened the first Hegra, which is the first UNESCO World Heritage Site, has 111 monuments and tombs. So if you've heard of Petra, that's the northern border of the Nabatean Kingdom. Alula and Hegra is the southern border of the Nabatean Kingdom. And so we have 111 monuments and tombs in one location. So people are astounded when they come. And when they're there in Alula, they're there with one person or two people, as opposed to Petra with 1,000 people. And so it's very bespoke, very individual, and very, very mystical.
Is it Western in design? How involved is the local community in it? How do you begin to build that ecosystem around these sites, some of whom are thousands of years old?
So Alula was closed for the last 100 years, basically. Madain Salah, as it was called, which we now call Hegra, was closed to the public. And so we opened it and our other heritage sites in 2020, and that was the beginning of the journey. And I think the first year we were open as a tourism destination, we built a couple of hotels. We're now up to almost 7 hotels that have been built. We're opening a Hyatt later this year. We have an Autograph Collection under construction, and we've announced the 6 Senses and 2 Amman hotels as well. So we're working through that process, but we didn't have enough inventory to support the visitor industry, and so now we're up to 1,000 keys. And so last year we hosted 320,000 visitors from around the world to Alula, and it's one of those destinations that you have to see it to believe it. It's really special and stunning and authentic.
And talk about sustainability. Is that something we associate with giga projects?
Certainly for Alula, we have a manifesto where every project we build and develop is done sustainably, and because we want to be in it for the long run, right? And we have 7,000 years of history and heritage, so we want to make sure we protect and preserve that. It's been around for 7,000 years. We need to keep it around for another 7,000 years. So everything we're doing is done as part of a master plan, and only 50% of Alula will be developed. The rest will be a national park. And we have 6 national parks and reserves that we're developing. We're reintroducing the Arabian leopard. There are only 140 left in the world today. And now we're breeding in captivity. We've bred 32. So the goal is by 2030, we'll release 50 Arabian leopards into the wild. So we're rewilding, repopulating. We planted 1 million seedlings last year, so 147,000 of them were used for hotels and other visitor assets we're building, including museums in Alula as part of the journey to develop the destination.
You mentioned mentioned a tourism figure of 320,000 last year. I mean, what does at capacity look like?
320,000. we had full occupancy, during the season. Now, what happens is, our goal is to get to 1 million visitors by 2030. I think realistically we'll probably get somewhere between 700,000 and 800,000.
And then how do you balance that volume of visitors with keeping the ecosystem in place? And where does sustainability come into it? And if I may just jump ahead, just to give you some time to think, it's also what about the actual business of making money, because it's not a charity.
Indeed. I mean, the first phase, it was very much funded by the national government, the Ministry of Finance. Now we're in phase 2, where we're looking for partners and investors to come in and help offset costs associated with building hotels and other visitor assets.
And may I ask what's in it for them?
A good return, because Alula is probably it's the crown jewel in the tourism of the tourism product in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Because it is so unique and so special, we're working very hard to preserve and protect it. We want to keep it authentic. We want to manage the numbers. We don't want to have over-tourism. And we're very, very careful in how we go about selecting partners from the various brands, along with the experiences that they have. And, our NPS, Net Promoter Score, is in the 90s. I've yet to meet a single person who's come to Alula who left going, it was all right. Everyone goes, wow, it was amazing. I've never seen anything like it. It's stunning. Why doesn't the rest of the world know about this place?
But at the same time, you can anticipate 1 million visitors top a year. What kind of visitors are you looking for if you want to balance sustainability with a solid financial business plan and growth?
The reality is we're a premium luxury destination, so the average daily spend is considerably more than it is in the rest of the kingdom, because to stay in our hotels, you're spending 5,000 SAR, or about $1,500 to $2,000 a night during our peak season. And, the hotel brands we've selected are all premium luxury. So we're sort of and by design, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia wants Alula to be sort of the premium luxury gateway to the rest of the kingdom. There's lots of 4- and 3-star properties all around Saudi Arabia, but for Alula, we're focused on high-end visitors who are, interested in cultural heritage experiences. We've just finished a bunch of research. 70% of our visitors are interested in a cultural experience. 70% are interested in a heritage experience, and 60% are interested in arts and culture. So we're investing in a contemporary art museum, a museum of the Incense Road, and we have a massive project called Wadi Al Fan, which is Valley of the Arts, which is an investment in large public sculptures in one of the most stunning valleys in Alula.
And who provides the cultural experience for the visitors? I think you said 40,000 people live in Alula?
So we've created about 2,000 jobs in Alula in the tourism sector, and many of them are locals who are, residents. Their families have been residents for many years. Most of them are women, which is interesting. And we have a program called Rawi, which is storyteller. And a lot of the visitors who come in they are exposed to the Rawis, and they tell them the stories of their families, but also they're wonderful ambassadors for us. In fact, we have an event this week in Paris with UNESCO showcasing the Rawis as a role model for other sort of destinations that want to use authenticity as part of the storytelling process.
We've been talking a lot today, and various speakers have been talking a lot about, obviously, the backdrop of uncertainty in our world. And I know that, the western part of Saudi isn't exactly the Gulf, but it's not exactly immune, as indeed not many parts of the world are immune at the moment from the continuing uncertainty. I mean, in terms of its location, what are your concerns about that?
So let's put this in perspective. Saudi Arabia is the 12th largest country in the world. Right? It's a large geographic area. We're on the coast with the Red Sea. We're 1,000 miles away from where all the action is happening on the East Coast in Dubai and Qatar and even in Dammam, which is on the eastern side of Saudi Arabia. So we're far removed from that. So it's business as usual for us. Now, are we impacted by it? Yes, we see a lot of international visitors all think the Middle East is one area when it's a very large geographic area. So we are suffering from that from an international perspective. But what we've done is we've focused now and pivoted to the domestic market, because you're 30 plus million Saudis who are open to traveling to destinations like Alula, and we're seeing a lot of that slack being taken up by Saudi visitors or visitors from Dubai or visitors from Qatar or Kuwait or elsewhere in the Middle East. But I mean, put this in perspective. The difference between Alula and the East Coast is the distance between New Orleans and Chicago, roughly. So that's how removed we are. And the flights on that side of the western side of Saudi Arabia are open. Jeddah is a major hub, and you can fly in and out of Alula on 20 different flights a week.
And essentially, do you have any concerns about an energy crisis, or is it that the kind of visitor that you're hoping to attract doesn't have those kind of, pocketbook concerns?
Very few. I mean, we hosted 400 private jets last year for visitors flying in because they wanted to be among the first to experience this amazing destination. Now we're seeing more visitors who are also interested in sustainability. And so they want to support destinations that embrace sustainability. They want to support destinations that are doing it right. Our goal is to be net carbon neutral by 2060. And so a lot of the work that we're doing, everything we do is done in a sustainable way so that we, again, can support this transition from just an oil-based economy to a multifaceted aspect from an economic perspective.
Well, if you look forward to sustainability, I'd like to just take a step backwards first and ask you, in terms of the phase that this project has currently undergone, what changes or what was the unexpected, event or trajectory in the project that forced you to have to think a different way, and maybe was something positive that you learned from rather necessarily, a setback?
I would say that the support from the local community and the fact that so many of the jobs we're creating are for young females. And so a lot of the businesses we have in Old Town, which is one of our heritage sites, are female-owned. We have a project called Madrasat Adira, which is a project that has 100 local women who are making arts and crafts, lovely jewelry, lovely weavings, lovely art that are being commissioned by major hotel companies and major department stores because they're so unique. All Saudi. Beyond Saudi. Beyond Saudi, globally. And they are, they're truly the artisans of Alula. And 100 of the 102 working in this program, 100 are women. And they're so proud to be able to showcase their skills and their arts and crafts and their product to global visitors who then come and buy this amazing product in Alula.
And across the industry, women are in...
50% of the jobs, if not more, in Alula are held by women. In fact, the CEO of the Royal Commission for Alula is a young woman. She's in her early 40s. And so that's the thing that people don't realize is that there's been a massive transformation and transition in the country of Saudi Arabia. And, it's so different than what I thought it would be like when I was approached 7 years ago. And I can talk about it all day, but the best thing you can do is come see it for yourself. I promise you won't be disappointed, and you'll leave having learned something about a culture and a history that you probably knew nothing about.
Just go back to the fact that it's 7,000 years old and you want to preserve it, presumably, for the foreseeable future and beyond into another 7,000. How do you balance that and continually balance that desire to be a business, to entice visitors, to keep the tradition, and importantly, to keep the community involved and engaged?
Well, step one is you have to keep the community involved, because when visitors visit a destination, they want to engage with the locals. They don't want to, they want to feel like they're part of the local community, and so they want to be exposed to the markets and the experiences that the locals enjoy. So that's one thing. The other aspect of it is to make sure that as we go through this journey together, that everything we do is authentic and real and unique. It's not copy cutter. It's not Disneyland. It's not Dubai. We're the anti-Dubai. I mean, Dubai is great. But so if you're looking for that, don't come to Alula. If you're looking for authentic cultural heritage experience, if you're looking for a majestic setting, if you're looking for some of the most stunning scenery that you can imagine, then come to Alula and enjoy it. And people who come, they really take a deep breath and they sort of recharge. And we're putting a lot of emphasis on wellness as one of the next pillars we'll be developing.
So in terms of development, I'm wondering, would it be possible to have developed this particular area without the support of UNESCO and international partners, and the experience that international partners can bring to bear on this kind of tourism?
No, international partners are key to our success, right? Now, you want it to be real and authentic, so we're engaging locals and a lot of the young Saudi men and women who've embraced the change happening. Put this in perspective, 75% of the country of Saudi Arabia is under the age of 35. So it's a young country, and so they're embracing these opportunities. And so we want to make these opportunities available to them. But at the same time, we need the support and expertise and the involvement of the international community because it's an international destination. And so we want to make sure that, when you come to Lille, you'll see signs in English and Chinese now. So we're really doing everything we can to be open to visitors from around the globe to ensure that they understand that, we value their business, we want them, but we're also looking for investments. So if anyone's interested in building a hotel or another visitor asset, come see us because we'd love to talk to you.
Let me ask about the 7 years you've been there, building this not from scratch, but presumably working with partners. What do the next 7 years look like? And again, I'm kind of conscious of the sustainability balance.
I think, we're going to see more development of the cultural assets. So we'll see the opening of the Museum of the Incense Road, the only one of its kind, because we were on the incense route from Yemen to Turkey, basically back in the day, thousands of years ago. And so we're going to have a museum dedicated to that. 40% of the artifacts have already been acquired. Asif Khan is the architect for that project. Then we have a contemporary art museum because we have a big investment in arts and culture. And so we have a huge acquisition, a partnership with the Pompidou that we are engaged with. And so we'll be opening a contemporary art museum that Lena Gottman is designing. So we have star architects designing some of our assets. And then we'll see more hotel development. We've announced the Six Senses, the Hyatt will open, the Autograph Collection will open, a couple of the Amman projects will open. And one of the most unique hotels in the world is a project being designed by the French architect Jean Nouvel, and he's carving the rooms into the rocks, just like the tombs used to be for the Nabateans back at 2,000 years ago. It's going to be one of the most stunning hotels in the world when it opens in 2030, 2031. And again, we'll have very unique offerings that can't be found anywhere else in the world.
I mean, we talked about the local community's involvement, and we've talked about, partnership, international involvement. What about the domestic tourist industry, which we associate with largely being religious? Mm-hmm. Is this something that is attractive or appeals to the domestic traveller? And do you want to appeal to the domestic traveller?
Definitely. I mean, because of what's happening geopolitically, a lot of the visitors coming to Lula today are from within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, we're not a religious tourism destination. We'll take visitors who are here from Mecca or Medina, and if they want to experience Lula, they can. But that's not necessarily our core target market. Our core target market are the international markets, around United States, Europe, Asia, and then, the region. But again, these are people who are well-traveled, who have the disposable income to pay the rates that we have, and who want to experience and enjoy a destination that is very unique globally, and one that is sort of the crown jewel in the kingdom's tourism offerings, because we're sort of the benchmark for many of the other projects being developed in the kingdom.
We'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. We're going to take a break, and then after that we're going to move into the final 2 or 3 sessions. First up after the break is a real treat, a live recording of our own Econ World podcast, which is entitled Brexit, Is That It? We're then going to shift to conversations about AI, including its impact on the music business. Boy George will join live from New York for that discussion. We will see you back here in about 20 minutes. No, 4 o'clock, I'm told, 4 o'clock.
Voilà. You have everybody? They are always ready. Parfait. Et bien, on propose to join the concert.
Ooh la la, it's difficult here, huh? It's difficult
Ouais, non, faut rester de toute façon ici.
Bon, non, non, voilà.
Yeah. Please.
Oh, voilà, voilà.
Oui, dans cette direction. Julie. Julie?
Everybody?
Yeah, dans cette direction. No. Ah, okay, we will have to wait just 5 minutes, please, and then we'll go back to CMC. Yes, you can stay here like a couple of minutes and then we go. Thank you. A couple of minutes.
Then we're just going back, nothing else.
Yeah, officials, everyone is going back.
Are you up to nothing? Yeah,